Welcome in everyone. We are back with Blueprints. We are moving on to day 10. We have made revelations this last stream on day 9. Wow, Trav, thank you so much for the 35-month streak of subscriptions. That's amazing. I appreciate you greatly. But yes, we have made great strides, and there is still more to find. So let's see if we can't find new and interesting things today. We have leads on the sketch puzzle. We know now that these sketches are related to both their position on the map as well as to each other, and that they are a 44-letter message. So we know that. We also found the sauna yesterday, so we have even more steps today than we usually do. Let's go obtain our allowance. Look at our allowances getting fat. Which is 2 coins and 2 gems. I would like to mention that this stamp is different from the open only in the event of my death in a different room, in a black print room. And that I have not found any interesting secrets in this particular black memo. But some black memos have other things. So these sketches, every single space on the board except the antechamber has 2 sketches attached to it. The 2 sketches are always the same in the same space, which we have confirmed in previous days. And they are related to each other in the way that these 2 relate to each other in this instance. So, we know for a fact that this one is face, because of the face card, and ace, because of the ace card. Face and ace, the only difference between those 2 words is the F, which means that for this square at the entrance hall, the letter is F, because it is the difference between the 2 words. Every sketch pairing is the same concept. We have a list of those pairings that are not used. But even if they're both using, like, even if we find the Queen of Diamonds again, its word may not be face, it may be card, it may be queen. And it really depends on what the other one is in relation to it, that may change which word that describes this sketch that it means. So in this specific case, it's face and ace. But in other specific cases, it could be different. So each sketch has been made to present a multitude of words that are necessary. So that's why they repeat. We do know that this is a bust of great-grandfather Sinclair, because we are playing as Simon P. Jones. I can't give you a picture of what he looks like, but you can see him in various places. So this is great-grandpa Sinclair on his mother's side. And this is, which is on his mother's father's side of the family. And this is great-grandpa Epson from his mother's side of the family. So yeah, maternal great-grandfathers. And we know that this symbol right here above the door is the symbology for the Holly estate, literally the land that we're standing on, but that the family crest also has Holly in it. Just so's you know. I believe this is a watercolor painting of the closest town to us, Reddington, which we have found a postcard from in a different room, and that there is some puzzles that have to do with time, so time does pass. The clock is moving, and it is important that it does. Beyond that, I haven't quite necessarily understood exactly everything that is important, but for now we are going to go set the tone of the day with the outward building, but I'm going to check a few things. So as you can see, the fountain has been drained. It's still drained. We can still get down to the door to the basement. And the 4 blue flame signal thingies has allowed us to access to that specific elevator. So we can go down to the precipice if we wanted to. We have also permanently opened up over on the campground over there the apple orchard and the gem mine, which is why we have a daily gems of 2, and the allowance comes from something else we've done, but that was inside the house. We have found a bit of allowance that was meant for a gardener, but is now ours. And we are blessed by the sauna today, yes. Thank you for the lurk, Crafty Blue. There are several tomorrow rooms. Imagine setting them all up. Yeah, you... So, what he's mentioning is that... I think the sauna was in this area. Nope. This one then? Nope. The sauna has this thing. So the sauna, the coat check, the mailroom, as well as the library. No, not, yeah. Well, kind of the library. The library does have a tomorrow effect inside it, but the library itself does not. But yeah, so these are, and whatever number 40 is, I think is also tomorrow room. I suspect, anyways. I haven't found it yet. Yeah, so this symbol means that you can do things on other days. We currently have a specific thing in coat check. We have had a mailroom package delivered to us before. There's just interesting things about these rooms. So yeah, the earlier rooms have less effect things in them. Most of them are like, you know, a puzzle or gain a few little items or something. And then as you go, you start getting spread things, and then you get other effects that add or change how things work. These are all technically puzzle rooms, but for a different setup. And then you get into the stuff that affects the next day and other various things. So it's interesting. The bedrooms all have kind of a theme to them. The hallways have a different theme to them. The green rooms have a different theme to them. The shops have obviously a different theme to them. And the red rooms are all bullshit. But there you are. The outer rooms are kind of interesting. So we are going to go see what the outer rooms have to offer. Yeah, so we have these permanent... We have one more permanent addition to find. Or unlock somehow. As well. Let's go find out what our flavor of the day is for our outer room. There may be others. Yeah, like we don't have all the rooms scouted yet. Did we get a new room today? We've been to the shelter. It's a really nice effect. We don't have any items for trade at the trading post. That doesn't mean we can't grab it. We haven't been to the trading post. We know of it. And we haven't been to the shrine to receive a blessing yet either. shelter does have a gem, yes. There is a gem in the shelter. Um yes, no, because we have done the time lock safe puzzle, Trav assures us that the time lock safe will continue to stay open, which means that the gem that is supposed that is always in there is should still be there. Or rather, it regenerates every day. You really don't want me to go to the shrine? This is the second time you've had me avoid, or second or third time you've had me avoid it. But I could go to the trading post, sure. We could go check it out. All right, let's go find out what we can learn in here. Don't know. Oh, yeah, that is the only way in. Okay. We have a dig spot in here. That's good to know. We have any other dig spots in here? No, just the one. One dig spot. Okay. Good to know. Um, Clearly this is from an era that required less modern things. Okay, that's definitely a puzzle. If I click on this, is this gonna be bad? Nah, just others are more interesting unless you have cash. Fair. I do have some cash. If I click on this dynamite, does it explode? I don't want to blow myself up. It's always a good idea. Okay, okay, broccoli. Dynamite, a little too dangerous to pick up. It won't let me take it. Okay, so I have put on, so the little squiggly lines in the colors is an accessibility thing. The accessibility update was the last update this game had, so I have put them on just for the accessibility of everybody. I don't currently I don't require the accessibility, but I love that it's there. It's not the only accessibility thing in here. I will note that these are mountain symbols, which if I remember correctly from a particular book we saw in the precipice, would refer to military. So you don't yet have a means to ignite it. I see. Simon does not agree. If I click this, it does nothing. If I click this, it does something. Okay. I'm playing with the puzzle. I'm poking the buttons to see what they do. Okay. Okay, puzzle, I see you. There's a Mora Jai box. I've probably spelled it wrong. They look prettier without the accessibility stuff, but it works. And if it helps people, it's good. It's a puzzle box. You can open it, but you either need to find instructions or just work it out yourself. It's not very complicated. It operates on a simple rule set. Have fun. No, I think I understand what the rule set here is. It's interesting. Okay. Okay, that does need to be there. Okay. No, I don't want that to happen. Okay. I will figure it out. There we go. Bramble, welcome in. How are you today? Okay, that's not what I wanted to have happen. Aha. And if I hadn't moved this one out of position, it might have been okay. And then I've moved that one out of position. Okay. Let's try this again. I have no idea what the rules are. I'm just kind of figuring it out. But it looks like the yellow ones only want to go upward to towards this row. This one will only trade places if it's surrounded by yellow. And these only accept the yellow if it's next to it, like that. So my working theory is that all 4 of those symbols need to be converted into yellow. And I'm working it out. Moving this one is a bad idea. But I can move this one and this one. And if I'm very careful about it, that's what I wanted. Beautiful. Click, click, click. And it was a theory that works. Pink does something else too, involving moving ones around itself too. Yeah. Thank you. It took me a couple of minutes to figure it out, but I'm usually pretty good about those kinds of puzzles. I got more allowance. Yay! I have been rewarded an allowance token. So now, tomorrow, I will have 4 gold instead of 2. That was lovely. All right, I have dynamite that apparently Simon is a little too nervous to pick up, and I don't have a shovel for this, which is fine. I have no actual inventory. We took the trading post to see what we could learn, and we learned that there are no sketches, but there is something. So let's find out what you have. No items to trade. Okay. I had a feeling that's what would happen, but I had to double check. Okay. So there's nothing we can do with the trading until we have an item to trade, which is fine. Is there any other visual clues that we can ascertain here that I can think of? I mean, this is clearly of an era that is pre-modern times. So this trading post is from probably our great-grandfather's era and was very useful for when the manor house was less developed. But, you know, we've moved on since then. Same can be said for the schoolhouse. I have a feeling that our grandfather Herbert was very much the Baron Sinclair, was very much the person who moved things forward in his lifetime. And we've done the puzzle box. It was a very pretty puzzle box. I don't see anything else visually that evokes like a major clue here, so. Pink rotates the contents of the 8 squares around it. Yes, it does. If it was in the middle, it would have rotated way more squares, but I did not have it in the middle. And yes, yellow tries to move upwards. These are firm rules, and there are other colors on other boxes, and each color has its own rules. That's good to know. Stonks for smart boys and girls and non-binary kids, of course. So you can sell items. Not sell, trade. So, like, if I had, for example, a shovel, I could come here, and there might be another item to trade the shovel for. But I don't have any. My inventory is laughably empty. But the trading post is here in case I find something that I would like to trade later. Yeah, this is a trade, not a sell situation, or a barter, not a sell situation. Okay, that's that for today. We have done our due diligence for that today. We know that the bridge is out until the garage door is open, wherever the garage door ends up being, so that's fine. I don't need to go downstairs because there's literally nothing down there I can do. I don't need to go out to the campsite, and I don't need to go to the precipice as far as I know. There would be another item to trade for a shovel. It could be anything. It might even be keys or coins. However, those can't be traded, which means you can't keep swapping forever. Yeah, I think the estate is the way forward for now. But I have 4 allowance, which is pretty cool. All right. Let's go west side this time. West side. All right. So we have the hallway, which is one of my favorites. It will get me into that corner. Over here, we have the pantry and the parlor as well, which is money and gems, respectively. I kind of want the hallway, though, because the hallway adds an extra hallway to tomorrow's draft pool every time I use it. And I believe I have 2 copies of the hallway today. So I will claim that's why I wanted you to go in, because the boxes are fun and more allowance is always good. You can claim that. I think you just decided on one, but honestly, I'd forgotten it was there. I like puzzle boxes like that. Those are fun puzzle boxes. I don't struggle with those. I'm gonna go with the hallway because I like it so much. Hallway is always it's a good room. Tomorrow I will have 2 hallways. Yay. Okay, nothing out of the ordinary in this hallway today. We have the Hands of Prayer and the Crowbar. The Hands of Prayer could be pray. Crowbar. Oh, Bramble, we have recently discovered what the sketch puzzle actually is. It's a message. And the way it works, which I did go over a little earlier, is that these 2 sketches have a spelling in common with 1 letter difference, essentially. That generally tends to rhyme because English is weird. And so if I can find which 2 words these two sketches represent, I can figure out what letter is the extra letter, so to speak, and that is the letter for this particular location of the grid. So, and what the term in English for the item in the hands, like beads, probably rosary beads. Yeah. So that is why I'm sitting here going, how do these two sketches relate? Yeah. I didn't know how much of yesterday you were here for, so. The study was very illuminating. So, for example, since we can see it through this door and I don't have to leave, the entrance, which is literally the reference from the board in the study, the entrance one is specifically face for face card and ace for ace card. Face and ace. The difference between face and ace is F. So for the entrance hall specifically, the letter there is F. We also have we've also had car and cart equals T. Yep. So that is what the puzzle is. So the difference between face and ace is the F is kind of the quote unquote extra letter. So that is what this, now we have to figure out what this set means. It's not specifically removing a letter. It's like what between these two words which one has an extra letter, because it's not. Yes, absolutely. I'm figuring out this puzzle as we go. I'm not necessarily keeping track of the grid just yet, but that's a pry bar. Ooh, prayer and pry. That's a pretty good guess. Or pray and pry, which would make it the A. I also say that some of the pictures are a bit iffy about what they represent. Yeah, Trav is like, sometimes the associations are a little loosey-goosey, so you have another idea? It's also correct. Feel free, Broccoli. We're gonna play with this a little bit today. Because as soon as I have the time, I'm gonna go through all the VODs and get hands and hand. It also helps to get in the mindset for all the other ones. Yes, absolutely. I mean, we do have two hands here and one hand in the other, so it could be an S. It depends on whether the F on the grid is the start of a new word or the end of a different one. Because I do not believe that the 44-letter message is a scramble. I believe that the message is in order from left to right, rank 9 down to rank 1. So the rank 9 with the antechamber being the only one that doesn't have two sketches in it. This is going to be two, at least one short word and then the beginnings of either a longer word, but I think it reads like, you read left to right and then you read left to right and then you read. So it's some of the words are going to be partially on one line and then finished on a different one, that kind of thing. So fill the grid out, it will make sense, and no, the letters do not spell out words with no rearranged or weirdness. Like, I just don't think that it's like a scramble. So, do you know if the images in each room changes depending on... we know for a fact that this particular room will always have these two specific sketches. Doesn't matter what room you're in, so long if it has sketch capability, you will always see these two images. So the entrance hall's images are always the same. This room is always going to have the prayer hands and the crowbar. So the doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter that this is a hallway. If the room that you are standing in on this location has the capability of showing sketches, it will always show these two sketches. Yeah. This is a very much an A2 situation. Yeah. Most rooms have space for sketches. There's a small number of don't. It's based on position of the grid. Yeah. So we had the hint of that because the entrance hall images have never changed. If every time you walked into the manor, the sketches in the entrance hall had changed, would you like it if some random fan went through your VODs and screenshotted the images for each location and posted them to Discord? I mean, I was going to do the work myself. I just haven't had the time because I've been dog sitting. So I was going to do them over this next weekend. But if you want to do that in advance because it interests you, I would be happy to have the whole grid done with what sketches are where in, like, you know, whatever. Detective team. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to collaborate, Bramble, by all means. I don't need pictures necessarily of the sketches. I mean, it would be easier to just make an Excel sheet. Not necessarily in Excel. You can do it on, you know, Google, whatever they call it. But just like an Excel sheet of the grid with what sketches are where. I don't think I've reached every single grid space yet, but the majority of them should be in the VODs somewhere. Well, without a picture, you're leaving it to me to guess what the words are. That's fair. But like, I spent a lot of time just like describing the words or describing the sketches in my notes anyway. Having them as pictures, like, if you want to take pictures of all of them that show up, that's fine, but like, as we play, like, just knowing which ones are where will be hugely, like, helpful at this point. And I have a picture of, if I go, no, not here, if I go here, house history, I have a picture of like how much of the grid I've filled out on what days. So like, I don't think I've ever reached these two spaces, but over time I have gotten just about every other space. Yeah, these I think are the only two spaces that I don't know what is in. And there's a possibility that anywhere the dark room has shown up, I don't know what was in it. Like, I don't think I know what sketches are in it from day 4. And I'm not sure I've gotten back to that space since. No, I have not. So, there's the fucking rank 9 is probably going to be the place that I need to figure out. And the antechamber does not have anything. Period. So. Filling out the grid does help because you can make guesses based on plausible words. Yes, every space apart from those two. Outdoor rooms probably don't have any either. As far as I have documented, the outdoor rooms do not have sketches. We have been in the tool shed, no sketches. We've been in the hovel, no sketches. We've been in the root cellar. There was no sketches. There was a family tree. we've been in the trading post today, no sketches. We've been in the shelter, no sketches, but there was a very beautiful watercolor. We've been in the schoolhouse, no sketches, and we've been in the tomb, and that did not have any sketches either. So, as far as I know, all of the outer rooms. I've not been in the shrine, but I'm going to assume no sketches. So, you can the outer room does not matter. Just the rooms itself. Even like the underground hasn't had any sketches either. So you don't have to worry about the underground either. It's literally just the house. They'd get rained on. I like how the game names each run based on its flavor. Yeah, I do like that too. That's a fun detail. So like day 1, mid-sized villa. Day 2, respectable villa. Day 3 was a short day, so cozy cottage. Day 4 was east-facing manor because I was mostly on the east side. Day 5, I had more garden rooms than most everything else, so it was the garden villa. Day 6 was the east-facing inn because it's not quite the same amount of to become a manor, but definitely east side heavy. Day 7, I barely got anything because I did a lot of outside stuff. So architect's bungalow. Day 8, charming cottage. I did so much stuff in the tomb. Day 8. And then yesterday was the grand excavation site. Because of the root cellar. Look at all the holes. There were so many dig spots. I love that. 23 excavated dig spots. I like how, yeah, there's also descriptors for getting certain collections of rooms. I love that. That is like a fun detail. They worked really hard on that. And so now we have day 10, which we've been barely anywhere. Anyway. So yeah, it's up to you how much work you want to do, Bramble. You can take pictures. You will find that there are less than 44 pictures because they're reusing a lot of pictures. And another thing to look out for is that anytime you find the sketch that looks like the map with a couple of like blueprints rolled up on the left side, that specific sketch will have a letter in the grid where that place is standing to tell you what letter we believe. I haven't confirmed this myself, but as I recall, that may be the letter for that particular room on the grid. So if you see the sketch of the grid with the blueprints, that is absolutely useful information. Also, the workshop. This game is so awesome. I'm really glad I can experience that without having to figure out all of the secrets myself. I was always so clueless about what these games hinted at. Oh, Broccoli, I'm just glad to have you enjoying it along with me. Like, this really is a game that requires a community to figure out all the answers with. It really does. Ugh. We are having so much fun. Okay, I'm done with this room. I need to move on. I'm gonna go here. I don't necessarily need the guest bedroom yet, but I think I'm gonna put the storeroom here in this corner. Because the hallway will let us go uppies. I might just like start putting dead end rooms on the side. I don't know. I need to figure out a good method of like dealing with dead end rooms and still keeping things going. I'm gonna put the storeroom here. More stuff is better. Storeroom. Ooh, dramatic music time. So the storeroom always has a coin, a gem, and 2 keys, because that's the upgrade. I took the 2 keys upgrade. We do get the sketch of the bluebird here. That's always there. This is a picture on its side, but it looks like sand dunes or a mountain range of some sort, and pudding. Pudding. Dessert and dessert and desert? Dessert and desert? Yeah, there's an S in there. There's an extra S in there. That's what I'm seeing. I've always said that this is like abstract sand dunes or an abstract mountain range picture. It is on its side though, so do be aware. But yes, dessert and desert makes a lot of sense to have a little pudding flan thing with a spoon and if you put your head on its side, sand dunes situation. It's a lot clearer when upright, yeah. So there you go, dessert and desert. It's probably an S here. SAF? SAF? It's plausible. Okay. Let us go to the other side. I have learned from the hints and tricks and tips. Yeah, Trav, on the same page. I got you. East side. Okay, I don't want to put the guest bedroom there because this corner then we can't get to. Pantry would make us go up. So would observatory. I have gems for the observatory. Getting observatory fast. Let's see, we have 6 right now. This would put us at 7. I believe 7 is its own constellation. I can go look. I wrote it down. Let's see. Observatory is number 42. Yeah, Farmer's Apple is 7. Let's do the observatory. That's also a flan, yes. Do the other rooms, alas, it won't let you. What do you mean? I have gems. I can do the observatory. It's fine. So this room has the tree and the safety pin. Can I get into a position where I can see both? Yes. Pine and pin. Because a conifer tree is a type of pine tree. Has pine needles. Pine and pin would be a very good set for this. Which would make the E the thing here. F-E. S-A-F-E. Safe. Cool. So, yeah, I think the farmer's apple is today. Clavis. 15 and 20. Cool. So if I've done my math correct, we should get Farmer's Apple today. Apples are extra delicious, which basically means that they will give us extra steps. Yay. All right. So we'll have to go up and around, which is not the end of the world. Hallway again. Or the parlor. I kind of want to do the hallway again, so I have 3 instances of the hallway tomorrow. That would be fun. Parlor is nice too. More gems. Let's save the hallway for another area. There's an interesting effect for the next constellation. Remember how I said that there are ways of forcing some rooms? The next constellation is Draxus the Dead. While it's up, you get more dead ends, and also something else happens. Any guesses what? Oh, the tomb? Draxus the Dead you don't get until 12 stars. The next one is Clavis the Key. Because the tomb is technically a dead end. I'm gonna go with the parlor. We'll save the hallway for a different area. There's nothing extra in here, was there? No. Okay. So here are the parlor sketches. Tub and bat. Bath and bat? That's a good one. Yes, I know. I'm just saying that we won't hit Draxus for a while yet because we don't have quite that many stars, Trav. The next one we would get is Clavis the Key. But yeah, when we hit 12 stars, we will have dead ends galore. It'll be interesting. But yes, the tomb is guaranteed to be the first option when you draw for the outer room, if that constellation is currently up. So you get the observatory out first. Fair. Yeah, bath and bat makes a lot of sense. Amusingly, I am almost always figuring out the second one and adding a letter to get the first one instead of vice versa. That's fantastic, Bramble. Anyways, that's that. We gotta pick up our wind-up keys. And now I have an item that I can trade in the trading post. Hello, great uncle. Is there anything extra here? Nothing that I see. Anything on the floor? Can't crouch. Anything in the corners that I can get to? Ooh, I can even get back here. Shit can be hiding. All right. For this puzzle, one thing is always true, one thing is always a lie, and only one box has anything in it. We know this for a fact. We also know that there is a black pawn here. Okay. The gems are in this box. The gems are not in this box. The gems are not in the white box. Ooh, this one's tricky. So, if blue is true, then white is also true, which means this is the lie. If this is true, then both of these are the lie, and that is not how this works. But if the gems are not in the white box is true, and the gems are not in this box is also true, then saying that the gems are in this box is a lie? I don't know. Not in this box, not in the white box. The gems are in this box. Have we run into one where everything is true? If black is true, then all are true, which is impossible. Yeah, something has to be a lie. Gems are not in the white box. The gems are not in this box. The gems are in this box. This is tricky. So, if the gems are in this box is the lie, if the gems are not in this box is also the lie, then the gems are not in the white box is also a lie. However, so black is false. The other two must be both true. I mean, we could open the blue box and see if that is the correct answer. Blue, the gems are not in white. White, the gems are not in this box. Black, the gems are in this box, so that I can see all of them at once. You can't read all of them at once. Yeah. I actually think the gems are in the blue box. Because any other connotation of this makes all of them true or all of them a lie. Just, let's see what happens if I open the blue box. My record is secure. I have 100% been correct on this puzzle every single time. And now, I have an extra item that I could trade. Shall I go trade it, chat? Shall I go waste the steps to trade it? Because I don't need the extra wind-up key. Alright, let's go see if I can. Worst case scenario, I cannot. I mean, I would take a lucky rabbit's foot at this point. That would be great. Can I trade? Yes. For ivory dye? Ooh. Oh, that's a good currency. I like ivory dye. Trade or no trade? This is a good trade. Because I don't need the wind-up key. There's, as far as I know, nothing else in this house that requires the wind-up key. I could be wrong. If you say no, it won't re-roll. That's today's offer for the key. That's good to know. Does that mean that it's not necessarily always the same offer for the same thing? The trades are random? Good to know. I mean, they're not entirely random. They're, you know, random off a table, but yeah. You have no use for the key today unless, I guess, you get the Chamber of Mirrors and then draw another parlor, although that'd have 2 keys in it, so then you could open every box, but yet no need. I had a feeling that the wind-up keys were only useful for this one. I'm gonna take it. The trade is good. Trade is good, man. Thank you, Trading Post. Now we have seen how the Trading Post works, which has been fantastic. I won't necessarily come out here for anything else, but this was a really good early thing to do. Yeah, that was a really nice trade. I'm not upsetty spaghetti about that. Okay, back to where we were. That was a lot of steps. We're gonna do this one. Okay, the nook will get us into this corner. The bedroom will get us into this corner. The patio will not. We'll cut this corner off. We still have space to get up here from the middle of the entrance halls. That's not a problem. I kind of want to do the bedroom because I have 2 keys. And then we can put a dead-end room down here, assuming we roll up anything. I mean, the patio would be nice. Don't get me wrong. I do love me a good patio. I think I've only seen it on the east side, so it might be the east side patio. Not entirely certain. The nook is better, I think. I don't know what would happen if you tried to trade both wind-up keys. Never seen it come up. By and large, you don't get duplicates of items. That's an unusual exception. That's fair. I mean, I suppose you could decide to pick up the items and not do the puzzle box. Patio is good if you've got a lot of green rooms already. You don't, so it's not so much good right now. This is also fair. And we don't have the conference room either. So the nook gives us a guaranteed key. The bedroom means that going through the bedroom is effectively 0 steps lost. Bedroom is better. Somewhere you might want to go multiple times. Ooh, you've got a good point. Nook it is. Broccoli for the smart today. Okay, so today's sketches for this particular spot is the cart and the car. We already know what that one is. Fair. As part of a main route, it'd be much more useful. Yep. And this, if you have the magnifying glass, you can get information on the dartboard in the billiards room, which I've done before. Nothing extra that I see on the floor or in the corners that I have access to, or on this table where they usually show up. So, do. Alright. I don't want to put the commissary here, even though it would dead end. The bunk room isn't useful in its current iteration, but the closet gives me items, and I kind of like that right now. I mean, not that you can't get items in the bunk room, but like, this is guaranteed 2 items. I feel like the closet's the way to go right now. Put it in this corner, where I never have to go back to it. Another key and another ivory die. Nice. Okay, so the sketches for this is the stag and the tag. I do not know what letters we have kind of pseudo decided what the observatory was. Because that becomes an S. Safes? I don't know. Observatory was an E. So we think SAFES? Maybe? You assume I have a grid up. Like, I don't. I've been doing this in my brain. Okay. Well, we must retrace our steps to, at the very least, the entry hall, and then decide where we are going to go from there. We can go up here or one over. I think I'd like to go up one from the entry hall. If it connects over to the hallway, great. Try to keep that square open if it doesn't. I don't know. Okay, corridor is a pretty good fit here. Guest bedroom is a dead end, which I would prefer not to have. Courtyard, also a very good fit, but then does not have sketches for this spot. None of the green rooms do. So I think the corridor is our best bet if we're searching for sketches. Not that I couldn't look up what sketch was in this spot on a different day. Like, I absolutely could. I had the spare room there on day 4. That didn't help. I had the chapel on day 5, which it doesn't help. I had the billiard room on day 6. The curved walking bridge and the bride. Bridge and bride. So that space, this space is a G, I think. All right, corridor it is. There's that hat. Nothing in the corners. There's the bridge. There's the bride. Bridge and bride. Definitely a G. Okay, if we want to fill in these 2 spaces, we need to back out and go around to the hallway. Passageway never has any sketches, and it's also a terrible place to put it. So, I the den would have sketches, but would also not would dead end on the corridor side. So I kind of want to do the hallway so that we can move over. Yeah, this is a great place for another hallway. West Side hallways, man. Here we are. This is stair and star. Hallway stacking. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have 3 instances of this freaking hallway tomorrow. The original plus 2 more. Did we ever look at the sketches in the parlor? I don't remember what was there or what that letter would be. We did. I didn't write them down. I've not been writing any of this down. I believe that Bramble was starting to do some of that. So if Bramble would be so kind as to look up what he wrote down for the parlor. Okay. Nothing extra in here that I see. Still the same note as the other one. It doesn't change. I'm afraid I'm doing all my notes off the VODs, but there's a lot of overlap with where you are now. That's fantastic. Do you happen to know what is it, B4 is? Offhand? Or 8D. You're counting that as 8D? I don't know which direction you're doing what in, so. Bath and bat. So it's an H here. I lost count of what was going there. Top down 1 through 9, A through E. Okay. That's fine. It's just that the way the game works is the bottom rank here is rank 1. 9 is the top rank with the antechamber in it. So 1 through 9 and then A, B, C, D, E might actually be better. So this would be, I guess, 2 D. Yeah. But yeah, so like where I'm standing right now is considered rank 2. So it might be easier to go with their numbering system. Okay. Look at my screen. Look at my screen in the corner here. It says hallway rank 2. And so the game, I'm not saying me. I'm saying the game reads this is rank 1 with the Ancients Hall, and with the Antechamber this is rank 9. So you might want to reflect that in your notes just because that's the way the game is reflecting it in your notes. I don't care if you use numbers or letters at the top, to designate column. The game is ranking the rows as 1 is at the bottom and 9 is at the top. Yeah. So where I'm standing is in rank 2. Before you get too much further and you go, oh shit, I just wanted to help you because as much as our brains read it from top to bottom, left to right, because that is the Western American view of a grid, the game is ranking it from bottom to top, but still sort of left to right. Left being west side, right being east side, the center being something entirely else. So the two columns on the left are considered to be the west wing. The two columns on the right are considered to be the east wing, and I'm not entirely certain what they reference the center column as being per offhand, but that is how the game is. That is why you don't get more than what rank you're in. So I'm currently in rank 2 West Hall. That makes sense. That's how the game has been kind of doing it. So if you wanted to do like, you know, A, B, C, D, E from the left to right on the top as per chessboard, that would be fine. It's just before you get too far into it, rank 1 is at the bottom. Rank 9 is at the top, and the game is very specific about that. I don't want you to get confused. In short, they don't have a left to right system. Well, I'm sure that they do on the back end, but they don't on the front end. We just have the West Hall and the East Hall sort of situation here, as far as they have referenced in like notes and things. So, which is reinforced by where is it in the hallways? The West Wing Hall, the East Wing Hall, things of that nature. So, I hope that helps, Bramble. I'm sorry to have disrupted your system, but I just didn't want you to get confused. That's perfect, Bramble. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. You're amazing. You're wonderful. You're fantastic. And then, yeah, we're going to continue onward. Thank you so very, very, super amazingly much. Okay. So I could put the guest room here. I could put the nursery here, which would be great for getting bedrooms later on. The commissary would be more useful elsewhere, honestly. I'm kind of down to put the nursery here because I have the gems for it. And then every time I put down, not just roll up, but put down another bedroom, I get more steps since I'm doing a little bit of running around. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't run across that, Bramble. Personally myself. I haven't run across it, but Trav has watched a lot more gameplay than I have played. So good to have gems. I know, we were very struggling, but the more we spend them, the less we have in the long term. So, but I am going to put the nursery down here. Nursery's a good room. And look, the nursery has natural lighting now. Beautiful. So, yes. This one does have a different letter than we've seen before in the position it's in. It's an E. This room is an E. Okay, how do we make that? Plane and plan, obviously. The difference between plane and plan is the E. I understand the puzzle now. Yay. Sorry, Bramble. Love you. Yes, it gives you +5 steps right away because every time you draft a bedroom, the effect, if it's on the map, it goes into effect. Mr. Scrake, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. We are heavily playing with the sketches puzzle today. Not that I am writing anything down or paying any attention, but Bramble, before you go, this is the sketch that I was talking about. In the VODs, anytime you see this sketch, pay attention to the letter on that grid. So this is the correct letter for this grid. This was an early clue of what this puzzle meant. Yeah. So it made these two sketches very plain in plan and plain in plan, because the E is what is quote unquote extra. Good to know. All right, did I get anything extra as far as currencies or items? I don't see anything. That means nothing, because there's clearly a gem here that I was not paying attention to. And the second book our mother ever wrote and published, The Red Prince. This is our mother's nom de plume, her author name. I've read this multiple times. It's very cute. Note, there's a rose in this picture. And if I go far enough down the line, we get to a point where there is that picture lacking the rose. That detail may or may not be important. I don't know, but it was interesting. And that is the whole book. And it's very cute. Super cute. This looks like a really fun nursery for some kids. We've got Mother Goose, obviously. We've got stars and seahorses and clouds, mobiles. The nursery has 2 cribs because quite often they had 2 kids. So, interestingly enough, our mother is an only child, which is very odd. As far as we know, anyway. I did write down that there's a white pawn in here, right? Let's just make sure. Bedrooms, nursery. Yes. Yes, I did. I don't know what the chess pieces are for. That could be nothing. And amusingly, this is exactly what I do all the time in my work. I have an internal naming convention needed, so everything works on a data level, then translate it to the naming convention that different groups using the system will understand for their naming structure. I appreciate you, Bramble. All right, so that is a dead end, and we must go onward. Okay, the den would be actually really good right here. Yeah. Yeah. The den. The den. Beautiful. Okay. We have the gem that this room comes with. So what is interesting about the gem? Cake stand and tie? Tie and tier? Because it is 3 tiers. Interesting. The chess pieces are part of another puzzle. You'll get there. Tie and tier. Yeah. I had to think about it. I got there. I'm pretty proud of myself for that one. I'm of course gonna check to see if there's anything extra here, currency or item wise. Doesn't look like it. I have noted the white chess piece. But these are the swans that are in the Epson, the Epson line. the other, like, they're not related to the Sinclairs, they're related to the other half of the family. So very interesting. Nothing extra here. I mean, Trav was referencing the grid being numbered like a chessboard. I wonder if they want you to put all the pieces on board. And also, the study had the chessboard with the single piece, the same room that hinted on the message and letters. Broccoli, you are definitely on the right track there. We had a single queen on that board, if I recall, from the design of the piece, a black queen. So we may have to play a bit of chess or find out what the chess puzzle is. I don't know where it would be implemented, though, because I don't think I found that room. Although, being 5 wide and 9 deep, it's not an actual chessboard, but it is somewhat similar. Yeah, it's definitely an odd chess. But knowing the locations of where the chess pieces are is probably another VOD crawl that I will have to do. This is B3. Yeah, and the antechamber space has no sketches in it. This is a not a thing. Yes, but the rooms can move around. I know what rooms have what pieces. I don't necessarily know in locationally where they are at any given time. So I have been keeping track, and like I do have. Hold on. So like if I go wrong menu to the house history, I have been keeping track which of these rooms have what pieces. I have not been necessarily keeping track of their placement on the board on any particular day. That isn't to say that I can't go find that information. It's just going to take time. So, yes. I was calling out that the specific sketch, I don't think I can see it in this particular room. If you see the sketch of this board, this grid with the two schematics rolled up on the left, that's an actual sketch. Every time you see it, depending on where you are in the grid, it will have a different letter. That is the earliest hint of that the sketches are related to their position. And that the position the what the puzzle is. That I did not get onto. Like, I didn't even notice that the letter in those sketches was moving around depending on where I was until like last stream. Now, remember, because they reuse the sketches, if the combination is the same, it might be the same letter, it might be a different letter. Depends on how many iterations of words in a similar sort of setup you can think of for that. So there may be different things. I don't know. But like if you've seen this multiple times and it's definitely the same combinations, probably the same R letter. There are words with double R's in it. We'll find out. We'll figure it out. Anyway, gonna go this way. So the guest bed, we could put the guest bed here. Or we could put the commissary here. I don't really have enough money for anything at the commissary, so it might be better in a different location. The bedroom would dead end. But we do have the nursery in effect. So we might just put bedrooms against the west wing wall. I would be okay with that. I'm trying to like make better use of my dead ends. I'm trying. I'm trying to learn things here. I got extra steps. This is A3, unless you're going from right to left, but if you're going A through E left to right, this is A3. Crow and boat. Or bird and... No, bird and boat does not work. Hmm. That could be a raven, could be a crow, could be a bird. That could be a boat. That could be a rower. That could be... Hmm. Oh, another gem. Nice. I'm in the gems today, apparently. This letter also alludes to the billiard room puzzle, telling you that it's a mathematical puzzle. I read that and I was like, oh man, gotta do math. And then it turned out to be not that difficult. I'm not terrible at math. I'm just... math. Crow and row? Ooh, broccoli. Nailed it. Yeah, no, that feels right. Crow and row. Yeah. Thank you for not leaving us in the dark about it. So this room is an A. The letter is C. The room is A rank 3 depending on which way you're, going from the bottom up. I'm just gonna give, because I know that he's translating 3 different organizational systems for this map. I'm just gonna give him the location I'm in. It's the blinking where I'm at. You're welcome. All right, nothing else for me here at this point in time. I will move on. Okay. So the pantry will connect us to the corridor, but that means that we cannot get any further. Like, that is the end. The chapel will connect us through, but the chapel will not have sketches. The spare room will connect us through, cutting off the corridor, but will also not have sketches. I think our only option here is the chapel or redraw floor plans. I could redraw floor plans and hope for something that is not, that will have actual sketches and get us across. I don't want to lose my money. I'm going to redraw the floor plans. Screw that. And then, of course, I don't get anything that would actually be helpful. I mean, the library would cut off the corridor but let us continue, as would the kitchen for that matter. The bedroom is the only one that blocks us. which is fine. I could live at the library. Then we can request another book. Check our progress. Yeah? Library? Anybody who wants anything else? I mean, I can afford the kitchen. Kitchen's not a problem. It just means that the quarter ends in a dead end, which is fine. I was hoping for another... All of these have sketches in them. It's just this ends the run for today, so... The library is good for longer term stuff? Yeah. I think the library is a good fit here. I don't have enough money for the kitchen to matter, I think. I mean, not that I couldn't buy, like, one thing, but... The library. Ooh, we got an apple. Apples are 5 steps today because of the constellation. Beautiful. And I would aggressively reroll next time to get at least 2 exits on the next room. Fair. All right, book request form. We have had the drafting strategy architectural digest. We have had the EPCW pump system user manual. We've had the history of Orindia that has been heavily redacted. The fixed stars we find in the observatory, so we don't need to request that one unless we think that that changes something elsewhere. Swimbird is the very first book our mother ever wrote that we inspired her by being her son. And Sightseer's Guide to Reddington by Andrew Darrell is probably the next book on my list that has information of the local area and possibly references that we could use. I'm not saying that Swimbird isn't... I kind of want to save Swimbird for last as like a treat. You know what I mean? So I am going to request the Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. I'm not. I'm absolutely not. But I do happen to know that it's the same title and the same author. So I don't know if requesting the fixed stars in the library means that the book is not in the observatory later. We currently have already rolled the observatory before the library. We wouldn't know until tomorrow anyway. But I feel like the Sightseer's Guide to Reddington is probably the next book that will give us more information on a subject that we didn't have before. So I'm going to go for that one first because I do know where it's not guaranteed. We already know that there are multiple copies of the history of Orindia, although where the uncensored version is still a mystery. Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely fair, Trav. But it may be a duplicate. Also fair. Testing for another day later on. I'm picking the sightseeing guide. So that Simon P. Jones, that is our name. I don't know what the P stands for. Peter? Perry? But our mother was Mary Matthew Jones. Could be Patrick. I don't know. And before she was a Jones, she was an Epson. So our father must be a Mr. Jones of some sort. We do know that Caleb Manning is somebody that our mother knew. Andrew Darrell, I don't think we have a reference to, or at least off the top of my head, I cannot remember. That's where we're at. All right. This is a memo we know. These are books we can't access. But our sketches here are these two. So this is where we're at. This is what the sketches are. Let's see here. It's not road and pole. it's not ride and fish. I don't believe that they ever say, so I'm declaring it to be Peter because it works. Road and rod? That's a good, yeah, no, that makes sense. Road and rod? Absolutely. So that would make the letter for this location an A. Cool. Awesome. All right, let's go upstairs and see what has changed, if anything. Numbers go up. My average day is still about 3.5 hours. 3 hours and 40 minutes. Getting closer to 40 minutes at this point. I have put 34.5 hours into this game so far. Many steps taken, many keys turned, many gems used, much gold spent, allowances up to 4, stars or 7. Drafted rooms. Hallways have been the most, well, out of the other rooms, like, clearly the blueprints are the most drafted, but second to that is the hallways. I do like me a good hallway. The bedrooms are only slightly more often drafted than the red rooms. Shops are the least at this point. 3 out of 3 for the billiard room. Dart puzzle, 9 out of 9 for the parlor solves. I'm very proud of this record. This makes me a very happy person. 4 upgrade discs, which means 4 of the rooms that I have are upgraded, and 1 red letter. Just 1 so far. And as for the scrapbook, we did get coat check. Currently, vault key 304 is in it. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Here is that postcard about Reddington. The current state of the apple orchard because I unlocked it. The selfie of our great uncle. And the title of when we became the provisional heir to the Mount Holly estate, which was November 5th. My favorite floor plan is currently the security room. Can't seem to pass it up. It's always useful. I love it. My most drafted is the hallway for obvious reasons. It's second only to the nook and the den because they show up very often. I've the most paid for is the passageway because it's expensive. It's a 3 gem pay for. I have paid for it like 3 times. Courtyard and the observatory has become rank 3. Most time I have spent I spent a crap ton of time in the security, in the library, and in the entrance hall. But like you go to the entrance hall a lot, so you pulled the fixed stars on day 1. Huh? Note that nobody thinks it's weird that you're a provisional heir and have to do a treasure hunt to be confirmed. What does that say about the society? A lot, actually. What do you mean I pulled the fixed stars on day 1? I found the observatory on the day 1. I believe, yeah. I found the observatory in day 1, and the fixed stars is in the observatory. I have not requested the fixed stars from the library. Ever. You were in the library on day 1 too? Was I? No, I wasn't. I did not find the library on day 1. I found the mailroom on day 1. I can double check that. Yeah. No library. This is day 1. Observatory. No library. I found the library on day 5, I think. Yeah, library on day 5. I was very excited about it. I spent a great deal of time in here. But yeah. So we have seen the fixed stars, but not in the library. So we don't know if it's the same book or a different book. If we have both book, like if we have both the library and the observatory, and I requested the fixed stars from the library the day before, whether or not it would still be in the like there's things that we could check, but it's going to be another few days before we do it. But yeah, I've spent a lot of time in the library because of these 2 books on the second floor talking about them. I've not made any contraptions. I don't get the workshop that often, and I've not had the stuff to play with it yet. And the largest purchase I've ever made in the commissary is the upgrade disc for 15 gold. I have no idea what goes in this spot, but clearly something does. We have the holly and the observatory. Maybe one day I will actually go to the locksmith, the walk-in closet, or the furnace. These are my most avoided floor plans. I hate them. And then I don't know what goes on the back page. I haven't found those things yet. So it's always interesting to see what's new in that book. Let it catch me to go down the stairs. Onward. I do not have enough keys for the Great Hall. I have not had the drafting studio before. Select a new floor plan to permanently add to your estate's draft pool. That seems powerful. Not gonna lie. I do have 4, which means that I can, at the very least, open up the way forward. Possibly, if I get lucky, do other things. The drafting studio is good. I know. But is this the best place to take it? Always get it if you can. Until you run out of new options, at least. Okay, that's fair, Trav. That's fair. Let us get the drafting studio because we may never get it again. The Great Hall will roll up again. I don't get it often, but I do get it. I can afford it. Let's do it. Nifty. Okay, new room. Who dis? What room are you? Drafting studio. What room number are you? Oh, you're this one. Okay. I have completed rooms 25 through 36. I know what all of them are now. So they are room number 30. Let's hope that we get a good one. Okay, today we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Money, money, money. Which I think was just randomly in here. This is the study. This is a mock-up of the study. Ah, Black Pond. Also, have a good look around this room. Fun stuff. Cursor changed and you missed it. Oh, did it? A very detailed paper model of a safe. The Cinca Co safe. I can look at it. Doesn't. Yeah. I will take a picture of that. Sorry, guys. Go. Okay. Nothing else about that area does, but it is a little bit slightly different color than the rest. This moves, as all the globes in the house do. Okay. Here is absolutely confirmation that day 1 was Saturday, the 7th of November. Interesting. And we are on day 10. We do know that the year is 1993. So. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is now the 16th. That's relevant to us. This is, I'm sure, the potential new floor plans. Okay. This may or may not be what's on actual offer today. We'll find out in a moment. I want to look around first. There are blueprints here. That's the conference room again. We've seen some of this elsewhere. There's the conference room again. I'm not entirely certain what room this is. Here are the sketches, stage and sage. Makes sense why you know that's a sage plant. Ooh. Okay. Great Hall partitioning plan for Monday, November 16th. That is today's plan for the Great Hall. Remember how the partitions move? this shows what the setup is for today. Um, nice. Fantastic, Bramble. Thank you so much. The dessert is flan in a different room. Yep. Can you spin the paper wheel? Not that I have seen. I will check in a moment. Yeah, so remember how we had the option of the Great Hall and we know that it has 7 locked doors and we don't necessarily know which doors will allow us to the side entrances slash exits or which rooms will have the lever or the stuff in it. That is what this is the clue for literally today because we found it in here today. So this is the configuration for today. This is a door with space. The middle door is a dead end, and the far door, or actually, I guess, the closest door. So I think what it's saying is this door that you can see, because that's the wall that would be here. This door that you can see is where we enter in from. So the closest door on what would be the left from entry would be the way to this side exit, and the furthest away door would be a room. On the other side, the right one would be looks like the right side would be upon entering an open door. The middle door on the right side would be the connecting door, and then the last door would be the false one. You're at the door where you'd enter from. You're seeing it as if you just stepped in, not back to front. Okay. I didn't know what if the figure meant that this back door was where you entered from, or if this is us. So again, we flip it around. Essentially, this is what the configuration is for today. It changes every day. That's fun. I'm gonna take a picture. Just as an example for my notes. Okay. And then we have the room we're currently standing in, actually. Modeled as well. Is there anything that highlights if I... No. What about over here? Blackboard? No. Okay, so just this book. This is volume 1. We had in the library volume 3. Drafting Strategy Architectural Digest volume 3. This is volume 1. This is the January issue. Woo! There might be volume 2 floating around somewhere. Yes. So, as usual, when we get a book, I take a copious amount of pictures and then I read the book so that we have the information in my brain. Okay, so page one, the drafting spectrum, most violet dreams, indoor verdure, orange passage, gold trim, negative space, prismatic rooms, and word from the editor. So this is our guide to bedrooms, green rooms, hallways, shops, red rooms, multicolored floor plans, and then two things from the editor. Cool, cool. The drafting spectrum. Blueprints are more than just blue. It should come to know as no surprise that the first color that comes to mind when speaking about blueprints is blue. And while it is true most architectural plans and designs are found on blue paper, it is not the only color on which floor plans are drafted. In fact, originally they were not blue at all. Hundreds of years ago, the chemicals used to create floor plans caused coated paper to turn black when exposed to light. This raven hue, perhaps more fitting to the reign of Horus, was decidedly more difficult to affix an architect's revision edits to, and so blue was proposed as an ideal replacement, as it had no political ties to any other realms. By the Fourth Era, all floor plans were being printed on blue paper. Over the years, the fear of political connotation deferred to innovation, and the use of colored prints eventually became popular, with engineers and architects who use hues as a way to differentiate various types of buildings and rooms. Violet prints, for example, are only used when creating plans for a bedroom, while an orange floor plan will immediately inform a contractor that the print contains designs for a hallway. In this issue of Drafting Strategy, we will explore the different features of each type of floor plan and look at the underlying connections that tie each room to its color. Fabulous. I love this. Now we know why they're color coded. Or at least we will once I finish reading it. Most Violet Dreams. Architectural Digest Guide to Bedrooms. The bedroom is often referred to as the heart of the home, and with good reason. It is the place where people can rest during a long day, where they can kick up their feet for a bit and recharge their batteries. Architects always use violet bordered floor plans for bedrooms, and the comforting purple hues encountered while drafting will usually let a weary traveler know they have found a room in which they can rest up. Architects may wish to utilize bedroom strategies if they are the type who love to explore and backtrack frequently. Having an excess of steps usually affords bedroom enthusiasts the mobility to be more carefree with their plans for the day. Type, bedrooms, color, violet, associated resource, steps, average number of doors, 1 to 2, extra items, likely, synergies, sleeping mask, nursery, servants' quarters. Excellent information to have. Indoor Verdure, Architectural Digest Guide to Green Rooms. Green rooms are the wonderful way to bring the outdoors inside and provide a breath of fresh air for the home. The abundance of plant life, rich soil, and natural resources in these spaces makes them extremely appealing for architects who enjoy gardening and open spaces. These floor plans are extremely synergistic, and strategies centered around green will often involve drafting as many of this color as possible. The more green rooms you are able to draft in your house, the more powerful their effect will become. Additionally, these spaces are more likely than other types of rooms to contain piles of dirt for digging. Type green rooms, color green, associated resource gems, Average number of doors, 2 to 3. Extra items, often. Synergies, most green rooms, shovel, watering can. We have never found the watering can. So that is something to look out for. We've not done flowers yet. I know that flowers are a thing. I don't know. I've not had enough I have not had any interaction with the flowers as of yet. So something to consider. Orange Passage. Agriculture. Okay, now that my mouth is under control again. Architectural Digest Guide to Hallways. The watering can is rare, and I've most often seen it in the greenhouse. Suggestion: direct water to the greenhouse so that it isn't dry. I have already done that, Trav. I just haven't rolled up the greenhouse since I've done it. If the bedroom is the heart of the home, then hallways are the arteries serving as diverging paths that branch out to connect different parts of the house and lead visitors to their intended destination. While these orange corridors are often overlooked as one travels through them, they are a vital component to any house. The numerous doors found in each hall provide the means to add more rooms to your house, and the more hallways you have, the less likely you are to draft yourself into a dead end. Hallway strategies are ideal for the architect who prefers more rooms and flexible options for expansion over pure resource. Hallway type hallways color orange. Associated resource keys. Average number of doors 3 to 4. Extra items rarely. Synergies foyer lockpick kit hall pass. I have gotten neither of those items. Interesting. But yes, the hallway doors are always unlocked with the foyer, and that is a really amazing synergy that we've only actually seen like once. I do like me a good hallway though. That is faux show. See, look at how much more we have to find, you guys. Golden Trim, Architectural Digest Guide to Shops. Shops are an essential part of any large estate, providing a convenient place for the staff and residents to purchase items without having to leave the property. Including at least one of these floor plans in your house will provide you with an outlet for any coins that are found during the day. Strategies that involve generating lots of gold will usually want to draft multiple shop rooms to expand the range of shopping opportunities. These floor plans are bordered with shades of gold, enhancing the sense of luxury and refinement in the shopping experience. Whether it's a quick snack or a high end fashion item, having a well placed shop within the estate can greatly enhance the quality of life for the entire household. Type shops, color gold, associated resource coins. Average number of doors 2. Extra items never for free. Synergies are the coin purse, which we've had, the coupon book, which we've had, and the vault, which we've never found. Not entirely sure if the vault is a room or an item, to be quite frank. Literally could go either way. I did say that you're maybe a third of the way through to room 46. Yes, I expected. This is huge. Broccoli, is your brain exploding? Negative space. Architectural Digest Guide to Red Rooms. I think we saw something that looks like a vault in the security room cameras. We have. We've seen the vault in the security room cameras. There are a number of rooms in the security room cameras we have not actually seen yet. So, we have blank spaces on our directory. Red rooms are a daring addition to any home, providing a small element of danger that can excite and thrill both residents and visitors. While these rooms come with a certain level of risk, they also offer the potential for substantial returns, as they provide as many doors as they do opportunities. Architects who are willing to take the plunge and draft a red room are often rewarded with a unique and striking space that leaves a lasting impression on those who enter. Just like in life, taking risks can be intimidating, but those who dare to venture outside their comfort zone can reap the greatest rewards. Type red rooms, color red, associated resource vexation, average number of doors 3 to 4, extra items seldom, synergies shelter, tomato soup, skilled players. Well, I know the shelter synergy. I have never found the tomato soup, which is probably because it is what's in the dining room on a day where a red room is down and gives extra steps or something. Not entirely certain. And then skilled players, I don't pretend to be one of them. Excuse me, Notion, what did you just do? I don't know. Yes, I like more info. Since one of those rooms is the bathroom, I'd be cautious of banning their use. Skilled players. Nah, it'd be a kitchen meal, one of the ones that give bonus for each room of particular color. Yeah. Dorky Gamer, welcome in. Thank you for the first. You are indeed the first to click that today, which is weird because I have 8 viewers. Um, there's also second and third for anyone who wants it. Prismatic rooms, which we've seen a few of. I'll take them all. Well, Trav got third. Nobody took second, though. I would think that people would want to get second, but okay. Wow, Dorky, a 45 stream streak. Streaker and Chad, avert your eyes. I will not. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate you. Even if you lurk, I appreciate you. What is this we're redeeming? Channel points. I have changed my channel points to say hugs. If you spend 2 hugs, you get second place. I know. I started a first, second, third in my channel hugs. Everyone gets hugs every time they spend their hugs. It's great. Prismatic rooms. Architectural digest guide to multicolored floor plans. Yep, I added some sillies. They're fun. Ooh, Bramble got second. Let's go. So, Dorky is first, Bramble is second, Trav decided to be third. You may, on rare occasions, notice some floor plans have more than one color in their design, such as the aquarium and the maid's chambers. These rooms are unique in that they simultaneously share all the characteristics of each type of room associated with those colors. For example, a floor plan with a violet and gold border would be best described as a bedroom shop, while an orange and green one might contain a corridor of greenery and plants. The aquarium is a very useful multicolored floor plan as it supports all of the color-based strategies listed in this volume. For example, it can give you bonus steps for having a nursery as well as being unlocked for having a foyer. As you can see, the maid's chamber is considered to be a red room primarily, but it does have a bedroom aspect. So with the nursery effect going, if I step into the maid's chamber later, it will also give me an extra 5 steps. On the flip side, I will be less likely to find items lying around my house because of it. So, hydrate. Yes, sir. I will hydrate. Water is good. Yum, yum. Word from the editor. As we reach the end of this volume of drafting strategy, we hope you have found valuable insights and colorful inspiration for your next architectural project. From the purples of our dreams to the reds of our fears, we believe that no ambition for an architect is too brave and no design too colorful. To achieve our goals, we must delve deep into the spectrum, drawing upon all colors and ideas of daring merit. At the end of the day, color is just another tool. Some wield it to express their own creativity, some hoist it up as a display of their own power. Some use it to calculate great sums, but all of us want to find a color we can call our own. That is very politically, politely worded, editor. Good job. You will not get in trouble for being subversive, I guess, would be the right word. All right. Volume 1 got. I am going to put a copy of that in the library. Just that I have, I suppose, an easy reference. Okay. Cool. Cool. Beautiful. Fantastic. Fabulous. All right. Let's finish up what we're doing here. The pad of paper is not something I can look at. I have done stage and sage. Let us see what drafted rooms are on offer. In the drafting studio, you will be able to choose a brand new floor plan to permanently add to your draft pool. Permanent changes do not reset each day. There are some rooms that can only be drafted if you have drafted a different room. So, for example, if you draft a pool, 3 other different rooms are added to the draft pool that you will not have unless you have drafted the pool first. This, of course, allows you to make a room that you can't otherwise draft regularly become a permanent addition to the everyday draft pool. So, well, it's a clear political message, as in the color clear. We have, okay, so the 3 that we saw on the object in the room before we clicked on this were the 3 that were on offer. So we have a chance at the dormitory, the kennel, or the solarium, which is interesting. The dormitory is a bedroom. It is the one bedroom I've not been able to find up until this point. Just so you know. So now I know what the name of it is. This is useful information. Each time you enter a dormitory after drafting a architect room, gain 10 steps. Now you've seen the other bedroom mentioned in the digest that you read through. It is a ninth bedroom. Oh, it's an extra. These are new. Just as the solarium is a ninth green room. Okay, okay. Interesting. Interesting. But I knew all the things and I clearly do not. And the kennel. Would the kennel be an extra blueprint or would the kennel have a number? These cannot be drafted at all until you unlock them here. Good to know. Choose it and find out. I see how you are. But with how much we have been digging, the kennel seems the best. Each time you dig a room, unlock all doors in that room. Each time you dig in a room, unlock all doors in that room. That's an interesting one. There are more likely to You are more likely to draw unusual and rare rooms while drafting. The solarium seems powerful, honestly. They're all good. There's not a bad pick here. um I mean, yesterday I had the root cellar, so there were more dig spots than usual. Rare doesn't mean good. I said powerful, not good. I meant the choices, these three rooms powers, the choices are all good choices. The solariums, like if you are looking for a specific unusual or rare room to access, the solarium seems like a very powerful room. Depends on how much you like dogs, I guess. I do like dogs. I'm gonna see what the kennel does because I'm more intrigued by, is this a room with a number or is this an extra room? Let's find out. Home to several of Sinclair's hunting companions, it can be assumed these friendly hounds have been anxious to meet their new master. Add this floor plan to your room draft pool. Ooh, we can see their descriptions. These small sleeping quarters, devoid of frills and distractions, are ideal for the student, scholar, or denizen of academia who wishes to focus on their studies without interruption. Study and sleep, rinse and repeat. It is definitely not the room configuration that we saw in that picture, so... A quaint floral sitting room surrounded entirely by tinted panes. This room is ideal for tea in the afternoons or getting some sun without the hassle of going outside. Okay, drafting cost. It's the only one with a drafting cost. Yeah, add this one, please. You have successfully added the kennel permanently to your draft pool. But it's probably not going to show up in here yet, if at all. Studio Editions is its own section. Okay. Okay. New menu item. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now I know. Notice how there's one extra section there. That is interesting. Sorry, I'm updating my notes, guys. I'm updating my notes. There's probably only 8 here, but I don't know for certain. Okay. So now we have the possibility to roll up the kennel. Updated. But yeah, the 3 that were shown here are the 3 that are on offer for the day. So I'm assuming every time you find these now you can see at a glance what is on offer, which is nice. Okay, we need to go up and around, I guess. The pantry only goes west. The chapel only goes west and up. The commissary only goes west. I might redraw these ones. The bedroom goes east. The utility closet would stop us, but the foundation does exactly what I want it to do. And I have never been to the foundation. So here we go. Does not reset each day. What number are you? We have finally found room number 1. I've never seen this room. Oh, the foundation is a very important room. What does it mean by does not reset? Wouldn't have hurt to be a couple higher, but this is fine. Welcome to room 1. Will it just stay there, or just the items there will still be there or something? It might still be there. It's in the middle of the map. This could be a really great location for it. It has dig spots. I just typed dog spots. I have kennel on the brain, clearly. That's 2 at the very least. Okay, that's how you get up to this door. It's locked. I don't have the key card. That's ominous. This is a foundational pillar. There does not seem to be any sketches in this room, so I don't know what sketches are supposed to be here, and I will have to find that out in a different VOD. Yeah, it tends to have 2 to 3 dig spots and a security door. Well, I see 2. I can't fall down the hole, so Simon P. Jones is much more intelligent than falling down the hole into endlessness, and endlessness. Alright, we have one way through the door, and no shovel. That's annoying. Terrible placement for this, honestly. Okay. Is there something on top of the hole? Would you like to safely go down the hole? Ah. Ah! There is something on top of the hole. But I don't have access to it? What's that saying? Gamers never look up? That's true, it's true. Yeah, you don't really get sketches on bare rock walls. She's panned past it several times, and I thought it was like a dangling crate, but then again, I'm a dum-dum. No idea how to get to it. Possibly something to do with another room? Possibly... Can I bonk you? No? There's a way to get it down, however, it is not inside this room. Just stop you just to stop you going crazy. Good luck. This is a fun one. Yeah, I assumed as such. I just wanted to double check that I hadn't missed an icon change somewhere, and I don't think I have. I can't, there's no jump mechanic in this game, so onward, I guess. Oh, it's locked. Open sesame. Okay. Pantry, chapel, kitchen. Pantry. I would like to go like that. Whether I will get to go like that is another matter entirely. The foundation is the only way over to the west wing as well, so I have to be very careful about this. I hate the chapel. I don't want the chapel. Screw the chapel. Honestly, not the worst place for a chapel. Except I'm kind of, like, going after sketches, so I don't want the chapel anyways, because it has none. And the kitchen is turned up, so I'm gonna go for the pantry. Kitchen has cart and chart. Chart and cart. Seems reasonable. Got my monies and my extra steps from banana, which is only 3. Would have been better if it was apple, but that's okay. Oh, good. VOD 2's view of B6 is much clearer than VOD's 1. I apologize. More locked, because I'm on rank 5. The kennel goes down. Security does good things. Laundry room is a dead end. I can see what the kennel does right this second. But I like the security room. I like it a lot. And it's got 2 opens, and I kind of want that to be a thing, because then I can put a dead end room here and then continue going. Security unlocks the doors, though. Yeah. Security is good. Well, technically speaking, security doesn't unlock the doors. Kind of. Security plus utility room unlocks the doors. We don't have utility room yet. Maybe we'll roll up utility room on the other end of security, though. That would be good. Thank you, Bramble. And, like, VOD 1 was, I have no idea what I'm doing yet. So VOD 2 was when I was starting to get into it. Anyway. That's fair. If you had a shovel, kennels would also help unlock doors, too. I do not have a shovel, so that is kind of... I'm gonna go with the security. Security is good in this location. I like this. Okay. We have... So, there's the library. This is the piano room, which we've never found. So it's the piano room or the music room. We've never found this room. This is the wine cellar. We've been there. This is the vault. So the vault is definitely a room. We've never seen it. The nook. This is one of the hallways. Hallway, I think. Pretty sure that's just hallway. This is the storeroom. This is obviously the spare room. We have the walk-in closet, which I've never actually been in. This is the office. Here we are in the security room. It will update if I move. There you go. The nursery. The archives. The nook again. I have never been to this room. It's not the display store. This is a different room. I don't know what this room is. This is the showroom. Showroom. This is, I guess, the museum or something. Not entirely sure. This is a different piano room than that one over there. So the ballroom, perhaps? Here's the pool and another version of the vault. So we've been to most of these rooms, not all of them. The gallery, actually, but close enough. Okay, so we have the gallery and the showroom on top of each other. Or next to each other. Okay, but yeah, there's that. We know what this is. We have not found a red memo with handwriting on it. So all of the red memos we've found so far have been lies, apparently. Nothing extra over here. So this red memo is a lie. The antechamber is not unlocked, and you do require access levers to get into it. And this is the truth. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. And likewise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors are more often locked. But we have the match and the tree here. That is... This is where we're at. Fur and fire? Ooh. Because that is a type of fir tree, yeah. That makes entire sense. Fur and fire. Very well done, Broccoli. My hats off are to you, because I was sitting here going dur. We have seen a handwritten red memo. I don't recall where, but I remember you reading it. Maybe. I like it. Bramble likes it. Broccoli, you are on point today. Oh my goodness. You think you're not good enough for these puzzle games, but look at you rocking the Sketches puzzle like a pro. My girl. Alright, time to get into the computer. This is my favorite computer. Have I left anything anywhere? No. Keycard system. Currently, I would like the keycard system doors to be low, because I don't have the card and I don't want to see them. Howsoever, should they go offline for whatever reason, I would like them to be unlocked. Now if I find them, if I find the utility closet, I can turn them into offline mode and come back here and reset the security level to high so that I see more of the doors, because they will be unlocked. But it requires both those rooms to do. Unfortunately, the keycard system is operational. Let us go into this. Swan song is the password. Connect to the network, please. Staff services. Special orders. Place a special order. Shovel me, please. Approve. Thank you. You are being fantastic, Broccoli. Thank you for wanting to solve the puzzle with me. Alrighty. That is where we are at. Okay, I would like to see what this room might be. If it is a dead-end room, I will probably take it. Weight room. Fuck you. Gymnasium. Same. We're taking coat check. We're taking it. I was hoping for utility closet, but we're taking coat check. I don't actually know how you get into coat check outside of just sliding over the counter. Unless that section in the floor allows you to come up into it. But we have clock and lock as this position's place. Clock and lock. Here we go. That's an easy one. So that's what can make you take the coat check. Yes. 2 red rooms I hate can make me take the coat check. Absolutely. If I click on that, it does the same thing. Retrieve. Well, hold on. I wanted to click the bell. Retrieve item. I don't have the vault, but I can retrieve vault key 304. Do I want to retrieve it right now? I don't really have any item to check in. I don't have the vault. I might just leave it here. But there we go. Mother effing red rooms, man. Alright, security. We're taking the aquarium because it lets us go up and down. But yes, the lavatory is a red room and it doesn't seem to have an effect that we know of. The bedroom would only let us go up, which means that we wouldn't be able to get into this space. So I'm going to take the aquarium. Aquarium is a fun room. And it will count towards the nursery as well. So that's fun. Its effect is being a dead end and doing nothing? We don't know. We don't know. Finished VOD 2. I have all but one room's sketch of rows 1 through 6. Yeah. Here we are. In the aquarium. The sketches for the aquarium is sand and. This location is an S. This is a lovely room. It is. We have a dig spot. We do get a key. I needed a key and I got a key. That's cool. So it represents the archive, the bedroom, the patio, I believe is this one. The hallway, one of the hallways, and the laundry room. We have not, in fact, emptied the aquarium with the pump room, but we have had the option. It does come with a dig spot that I don't have anything to dig with for, so. All right. Let's see what dead end room ends up here. The bunk room, apparently. Because the commissary, I mean, we could dead end it, but I do have enough money to buy things there. The bunk room, however, will give me more steps, and I would not put the chapel here anyway, so. You could do the bunk room. And get... Yeah, the bunk room is nice. The lavatory is a puzzle in the form of a test. Anything more would be a bit of a spoiler. Yeah, I know that there's something you have to do with the lavatory. I just don't know what. We've had references to the lavatory in the dark room, which is a different red room. No idea what else. So, there is that. This technically counts as 2 rooms for the nursery's effect. And we get this guy. Hello, buddy. Hi. You're fed. You're watered. You're good. Hi. He gets on his wheel even. He does things. Drinks water. He's so cute. Double banana. I have so many steps today, it's not even funny. So we have seen this argument between Herbie and Simon, and the resolution of it in their post-college years. Well, post-Herbie's college years, I should say. The sketches for here is these two. Mountain and Peapod. This is where we are. Just so you know, it's not anything important. So the lavatory doesn't soft lock you out of the ending. It's just kind of a fun puzzle if you can figure out what the puzzle actually is. That's cool. Peek and Pee, I think we did this one already. Yeah, just something that rewards your ability to solve it. Cool, Trav. Thanks for letting me know. Probably like an allowance or something. Yeah, Peek and Pee sounds pretty on point here. I was getting there. My brain did not. I was like, I know there's a relationship here, and my brain does not want to brain. But good to know. For dislocation. On all 4 of the first days, you put a room on E2 that doesn't have sketches. Yeah, that happens. Alright, anything else in here? There's 2 black pawns. I don't know if I've ever written that down. Let me double check. Yes, I did. I did, in fact, write that down. I actually have a view out of the bunk room today. Cool. That is not something I can play with. There is a hat. The beds look comfy. You keep running, buddy. Good job. Oh, interesting. There are windows here instead of the camp sign. I was trying to figure out what was different. That is what is different. Cool. Yeah, because usually that camp sign is right there. Good thing we have had it today so that so you didn't need that. That's true. It's true. It's true. I could have soft locked myself out of that puzzle, except like you can kind of figure out what a particular letter is going to be on any particular day. Okay, I will go uppies. We haven't made it to rank 8 yet, so the dining room doesn't really make sense here. The spare room does make sense, but I'm going to take the kennel because we've never had it before. We just got it, and also it gets me exactly where I want to go. So, kennel it is. None of you can stop me. Wahahahaha. New room. Who dis? Puppy! Hi, puppy! Hi, puppy! Oh, they're all here. Look at them. Look at that, puppy. Can I pet you? I can pet you. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Can I pet you? No. You are having the time of your life. Who's a good boy? I can pet one of them. Only one. Hi. They got dog bowls. They can go in there. That's interesting. And then here is an open one with a dig spot. Okay. Let me... Okay, so there is at least one dig spot in here. I didn't see any others. This is tent and tag. No. Got extra leashes and bowls. Tent and 10? Tent and 10? That makes the most sense, I think, with this combination. I got one! I got one! Cat. Don't forget the little card on the shelf. I did not. Cat. Look at these guys. They're so cute. Hi, guys. Why is there a whole water thing in there? You're so cute. Yes, you are. You don't have any water bowls or anything? I can't open these. I mean, you wouldn't want to, but I cannot open them. Okay. You have 2 bowls. You have no bowls. I would give you bowls if I could. You have 1 bowl and 1 bowl outside. What did you do to deserve that? I don't know. You have 1 bowl that I can see. I know, buddy. I know. You're good. You're a good boy. Or girl. You're a good puppers. And then there is a single bowl in here. I'm assuming that this goes outside, honestly. Alright, I think that's everything. No steam ducts in here. Good to know. Moving on. Running out of keys. That's clearly a critical clue for something. Better screenshot it or fail forever. I did. I screenshotted it. It's good. We're all good. Courtyard works here. Darkroom or chapel also works here. I would much prefer the courtyard. Let me go to find out. Where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good soil, not rich soil. That was the kennel. But good soil. So this would be okay. So saith Mr. Nogla's logbook, in case there are flowers. For whatever reason. It seems there is a row of small doors in there, so maybe if you put it on the other side, you can let them out for the dogs. I'm going with the courtyard. Yeah, they do have... I can't click on these, but they do have, like, doggy doors that I'm assuming they can use. Yes, buddy, I know. I'm gonna pet you again. It's okay. And then these ones that are on the interior have them here, so it probably goes under and down, like, down and under the room. I bet you anything that you can't get the kennel except for on, like, an outside wall. Anyways. Onward. Well, we have a trunk situation in here. But we do not have... We obviously will not get sketches because this is a greenhouse. So if you don't have the sketches for this particular location, Bramble, you're out of luck today. I don't see any flowers. This room looks kind of the same as most times I'm in here. And I have a key. I could open this, but I don't want to use the key on the trunk. I would much rather use the sledgehammer on the trunk. I don't have the sledgehammer, so that's kind of a bum deal. Let us go this way. So otherwise I have to go kind of around out this side, which is fine, but we're gonna go this way. Okay. So the chapel kind of sucks here. The commissary does let you go uppies. The spare room lets you go across, but also does not contain sketches as far as we know. We've never figured out the spare room puzzle either. I have those sketches. Awesome, Bramble. Thank you. I imagine day 2, or maybe further in, was very useful. Foundation had automatic door. Yes, but I don't have the key card. I have not found the utility closet to turn off the doors to be unlocked. To turn off the system to have those doors unlocked. So either way, I cannot get through there currently. I need sketches for the assorted top 3 rows and E8. Okay. Well, we're on rank 6 currently, so we'll either get there or we won't. But neither of these rooms would have the sketches for this section, but the commissary would. I'm gonna go with the spare room. I've found keys in the corners before, not necessarily on the stuff. You can get a dig room here, a dig spot in here if you have the root cellar in effect and in play. I do not. It doesn't look like there's anything in here today. If you are on an outside wall, there is a window here. Otherwise, this room is a mystery still. Don't know what it does or what it's for. Servants' quarters. That is what the bedroom is called. Servants' quarters. No, I know. Okay, boudoir would be a dead end. Drawing room would be okay, but not great. Servants' quarters would be a dead end, which isn't the end of the world, but I am out of keys, except +1 key for each bedroom in your house. So actually the servants' quarters being here would not be the end of the world. That's fair. Keep heading that way. Drawing room would let you continue with a free reroll. And yes, that's it. Nice room. Very handy in the second half of the map for all those extra keys. But where would you go after? I would go above the courtyard. Courtyard is open. I can't get through the foundation currently, but the courtyard is open. And this would give me more keys for the many locked doors I'm about to find. So I actually think I am going to do the servants' quarters here with my last gem. And open the trunk. Yes, there is a trunk in the courtyard that might have more stuff that we can use as well. Okay, here we go. New room. Who dis? This is the room. This is the room. Paint and plain? No. No, that's not right. Master bedroom, ladyship's chamber, guest bedroom, nursery, bunk room, boudoir. I have, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 keys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How did I get 6 keys out of that? +1 for each bedroom in your house. The bunk room counts as 2 bedrooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but I got 6 keys. So there may have been just an extra key in the place. Oh, the aquarium. Yes, yes, the aquarium does count as a bedroom because of this little wall here. The aquarium. Planet and plane? Ooh, planet and plane is good. Planet and plane is very good. Yeah. Okay. So, there's one thing that we need to be very careful of in this room. And that is the understanding that this note right here is a lie. There are 12 major keys. Is this better, Bramble? So, in the dark room is a note in a picture. Okay? I'm gonna open this up. Where's my red room section? In the dark room, it says, there's a picture of a man in a vest and a tie, and behind him in the picture is the entrance to this room, this specific room, bedroom. He is holding a memo, color unclear because it's in black and white, that says green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. So this is the implication that this message right here is false. In the dark room, which needs light, there is a picture that needs a magnifying glass. Tricky to get to. And I didn't get a picture of it. I just wrote it down because magnifying glass plus snipping tool does not work. Does not work. So I did get that clue though from the dark room. Needless to say, supposedly this one is a lie. Okay. Yes, I noticed. Mr. Rhoda, Mrs. Babbage has told me that you will be overseeing network maintenance over the next few weeks while I will be gone, and I apologize in advance for the extra workload. I believe I will be back in Reddington by the middle of February, but even that is not a certainty. Either way, I do not anticipate there will be any major issues while I am gone, as the difficulties we were having last month with the terminal connections seems to be resolved. If there is an emergency and you find yourself having to enter the central server site, I have set you up with a temporary admin key to allow you access to the network administrator controls. Admin key. First four letters of your last name, followed by first initial. The first and fifth character should be capitalized. If you have any questions, please let me know in the next few days before my departure. Randolph. Okay. This is a admin key for the network administrator controls on the central server site. Okay. The first four letters of your last name, RUOT, followed by the first initial. The first and fifth letters, aka the first letter of your last name and your first initial, should be capitalized. I don't believe we know Mr. Rauda's first name. So there is a number of major keys, but that number is not 12. That doesn't help much. Nope, it does not. Do we know the first name? Not that I can think of. However, this might clarify. Let us find out if it does. Hartley, I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there is anything I can say of the past 40 years that I haven't already attempted to tell you in numerous times in the past. Half stated gratitude always interrupted with tactful and polite reputations from you. I had always known this final letter could give me the perfect opportunity to finally express myself, uninterrupted by you and unfettered by social graces. But I don't feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. With my passing, I release you from your post and service to the Sinclair family and implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar of a concept as that may be to you. Beside, I think a more junior valet would be better suited to meet the needs of young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in their post. But as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instructions for you to quit must be satisfied. Ignoring what I imagine your objections might be after reading this, I have decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. My lawyers have all the details of the gift and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. For the past 4 decades, you have served willingly as the subject and victim to my many whims, games, and riddles, and so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you will not be put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. The house is yours without strings or stipulations. I had for a time gleefully entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her. Until we meet again, my friend, Herbert. Wow. Wow. That didn't tell us Mr. Rauda's first name, or at least first initial, but that was a very sweet letter, and wow. Heavy stuff. I got sketches for E2 on day 5. Everything on the bottom 6 rows is recorded. Good job, Bramble. Thank you so much for all of your effort. Well, there are only so many letters in the alphabet. That's true. I could just brute force it at this point. This was definitely Mr. Hartley's room. He has a pair of socks here. Nice. Suitcase. Chest of drawers. And the bells. Needs a bit of patching here. Okay. Well. To the courtyard we go. Money and ivory dice. Well, that actually is not a terrible thing for us. That was well worth the key. Okay. The dining room here would not be terrible, because that would be rank 7. The dark room, we don't have the utility closet, so it would just be difficult. And the kitchen, which might not be a bad idea at this point, because we did send water to the kitchen and we don't know what that does yet. Except I don't have any gems, so I can't. Dining room would not be a terrible place for. I think I'm going to take the dining room. Yep. I just realized that. I'm the dum-dum without gems. Yeah. Am I avoiding the red rooms? Kind of. I don't particularly like them. There will be days when that changes. I have been somewhat ambivalent about most of them. Wine cellar wanted. The lack of gems may bite you soon. Oh, it absolutely will. So we don't have dinner here yet. And we don't know what it is because we've not been to the kitchen. However, instead of the fireplace, we have these beautiful windows. So the sketches for this is plain and pane. We have a plane and we have a broken pane of glass, or a missing pane of glass. You somehow have 90 steps. You hardly need food. I know. I somehow have a crazy amount of steps. Not enough of everything else. Well done. I wasn't sure that you'd get the pane. Yeah, no. I know what a window pane is. Thank you. I'm not that stupid. I'm often stupid, but I'm not that stupid. I got one, Broccoli. I got one. Okay, nothing extra that I'm seeing as far as like items, currency, etc. I do know about the white, at least I think I do. Yes, I do know about the white chest spawn. Okay. Okie day. I hope that is an okay angle. You are perfectly fine, Bramble. You're fabulous. Wonderful. Captured. Awesome. I'm gonna go uppies. And there's the greenhouse. Ay, ay, ay. This would make it a dead end, which isn't the worst case because we do have a way around. The boudoir makes it not a dead end and we get sketches. I would have loved the greenhouse, although this spot is not particularly Let me double check. One, two, three. Yeah, that one is just good soil for the greenhouse. The greenhouse also has the broken lever, so that's not very stupidly useful. We don't even have the broken lever in our inventory. Breaker box will unlock the foundation. It does. It does unlock the foundation. As I said, it's not a terrible place for the utility closet to be, honestly. Some backtracking will occur, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. I don't have the gems for the greenhouse anyway, so screw it. Hey, look, dinner is served. Okay, this location is a T. Plant and plan again. And we can backtrack to set security to maximum. Yes, 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 we can. You can. Are you good, Bramble? Do I do the puzzle again? Fuck you, Jim. It's going to be off anyways. Do I do the puzzle again? It's permanently unlocked the thing that's behind this false wall. Right? Yeah. I could do the puzzle again, though. No benefit in opening the secret area, but you can if you like. I like the puzzle, but it's not really worth my time. We know what to do. Alright, back to the security room, which we have to go through anyways to get to the foundation, so... It's literally just down to the aquarium and over. Got it. I'm looking to see what it is. I see. I think I've had this one before. If you hear the dog in the background, don't worry about it. Yeah, the wood-fired pizza I've seen before. Which, I don't have the furnace today, so it's fine. Not yet. Don't need it. Well, we are likely to go back here, so we can just leave it. You have a ton of steps anyway. Yeah, I'm not worried about my steps. Are you kidding me? I'm still in the 80s right now. I've had so much crazy food. Yes, buddy. I know. Alright. Time to make many more things. So now we go to the keycard system. And we set the security level to high so that there's many more doors that are now unlocked. Because the keycard system is offline. Yay for us. And then we go up through the pantry and over to the foundation. Play on the east side a little bit. Because that is now unlocked. Don't know how to get to you, but I will figure it out someday. VOD 4 finished. Let's go. I can't take the laboratory. So I have to take one of these. Or I could reroll. I could reroll. The dark room, I could go turn the light back on. Chapel. Stupid. but it's a guess in the dark what you get, which is kind of a problem. Reroll, you have 3. Okay. I can't afford the showroom, which is fine because I don't have enough money for it anyways. The bedroom and the billiard room goes up. I would much rather the bedroom go down, so we can go down and up and around. Does anybody have a problem with the bedroom? They're fine, they're just a pain in the ass. I'm gonna do the bedroom. So our sketches for this bedroom are pilot and plot. I'd rather have a chapel here, honestly. I would not, just because I have 15 coins and I want to keep them for the commissary later or something else. But also the dark room would have been fine, I guess. Oh, pilot and plot. Holy moly, that one was bothering me. Yeah, pilot. Because he's dressed like a World War II pilot. And you see a World War II plane. And then a plot, a garden plot. There you go, Bramble. We know what it is. It's an eye. Aye. This one does not turn. I have gotten the chess piece. There's no trunk at the end, like there has been at once. No ivory dye here. That I didn't notice before. This is where we get this postcard. And we also have great-grandmother with her moon. Not seeing anything else on the floor or in the corners. Can't even access that one. Onward. Can you show me the maps for days 7 and 8? Yes, give me just a second. Commissary ends in a dead end. Dark room ends in a dead end. So the chapel is literally the only way through here. You get your wish for the chapel, Broccoli. So no sketches. Okay. You house history for days 7 and 8. Here's 7. I barely went anywhere. Here's 8. I barely did anything in the house. In fact, the house at this point was an afterthought. So you will find that the VOD for day 8 is a lot of rooms that have nothing to do with the house. We're on day 10. Here is day 9. I got a lot of places. And this is our current day. So this is day 9. Which was yesterday. As of this stream. Anything else, Bramble? Is this VOD to be days 9 and 10? No, this VOD is day 10 only. Yesterday's VOD is day 9 and it's not live yet. It will be live at the end of my VOD, of my stream. Very shortly after, really. So you don't have access to day 9 VOD, but it does exist. It's just not live yet. There goes my money. Anything in the corners? No. Anything in the pews? Not that I see. Most of the items I have found have been up here on the altars. I do know about this bishop. We have talked about how bishops used to be elephants in the original version of this game. And because this is a dead-end way, because of the drafting studio, it is boarded up. False door. The numbers. We know what that puzzle, the numbers go to. What puzzle the numbers go to, I should say. But it's a beautiful room. It has no sketches. So if you need this location sketches, you'll have to find it on another day. Which should be easy, actually. And this is where I'm going. The lavatory is a dead end. The garage, which I cannot afford, is also a dead end. So the only way forward is the gymnasium, of which I've turned the lights off for, so the gymnasium should not be dookie for me. D9, B7, and C7? Okay. Ooh. Hello. I got the car keys. Neat. I do not have the garage to use them in, but I have the car keys. Card and car. So, A9. You have B9, but not B7, this one, and not C7, this one. Okay. We'll get there. So you know that this is card and card. Card and car. I can do the speaking thing. Being brave with the red room can be profitable. You are likely to get them anyway, but you can get them on your terms. Okay, misquotes from the architectural digest we read today. I see how you are, Broccoli. Mr. Mrs. They, them, person of my friendshipness. I have that recorded. Cool. It's not usually this dark in here. I don't see any other objects or things on the floor, and no, I cannot pick up the balls. I can't juggle the balls. We have seen the balls elsewhere, but we cannot play basketball. Unfortunate. Uppies, please. The boudoir becomes a dead end. The dark room is literally the only way forward, and the garage is a dead end as well. Which I can't afford anyway. That is 3 red rooms in a row? And I'd have to run across the way to the utility closet to turn the light back on. That's annoying. I mean, it's doable. It's fine. I go by he, him, but okay with any pronouns. Mr. Broccoli. Do I just take the dark room? There are worse red rooms to have. It's just that if I take the dark room, then the worst of the red rooms roll up. There are so many other rooms I could get. Screw it, dark room it is. See how nice and lovely this dark room is? It's such a great room. Take it and then fix it with your many, many steps. I don't understand what this room does. So what happens is you show up, right? You see that the dark room is set up to be a dark room, and then first time you walk inside, the lights go out. You can no longer see anything in here. So now we got to go all the way back to the utility box, which we will get tithed each way, which is freaking annoying. This way, and then uppies. So now it is on, and it will stay on. But you trip the breaker box every single time you go there, which is annoying AF, I might add. Alright, I will give you pets. Good boy. Or girl. Good puppers. Yeah. Tithed again! There you go. We're back. Did you ever eat the pizza? I assume so. No? We decided to roll all the red rooms first, obviously. It's fine. I have 67 if I need to go back for the pizza of, like... I've got ways that I can connect back to the dining room as I go along. Like, it's not that big a deal. But there's so much information in here. Like, this note is good information. This thing, if you have the magnifying glass, is good information. Here is great-grandmother. The picture that I was talking about, this one. This is the message I was talking about, but as you can see, that is the servants' quarters right there. It's the same layout. I have no idea who this man is. Possibly a guest. Possibly a different member of the staff? Here is a close-up, so you can kind of better see the room. You get many pictures of the maids in a room I don't think we've been to. We also get our great uncle, whose house we are in, taking a selfie with his camera in the lavatory. Don't know if that's part of the puzzle. Here's a close-up of said camera, but it is absolutely the lavatory. Another picture of the maids. Here are the sketches. Tube and tub. We get, you know, this one again. More close-up. This is what ends up in the scrapbook. Here's another version of that picture. And if we were going to have an item, it's generally on this table. But today we have the battery pack. Provides juice to battery-powered contraptions. I've never had that one before. Nifty. This is Anne Babbage, Mrs. Babbage. These girls again, multiple times. Double check that I haven't missed anything on a shelf or on the floor. I almost missed the item in the room, but I did not. So we look okay. Okay. Onward we go. The West Wing Hall, the workshop, or the laundry room that we can afford. I'm down for the West Wing Hall, so I can put a dead end room right here. But the workshop's pretty cool. Is it me or did the sound go off? It's not off. There's a buzzing in my ear. It might be too low for the recording. But there is... If you're hearing a buzzing, it's the game. Just FYI. If I put the music up any louder, you guys, I will go deaf. Seriously. Is that better? Somebody let Broccoli know that she may need to refresh her page. If you guys can hear me right now, then and Broccoli and he can't, then it's definitely his end that the not being able to hear things is. Yay, Broccoli, welcome back. Okay, let's get back to it then, shall we? I'm gonna take the West Wing Hall. I had a feeling, Broccoli. This hall is sad. This is a sad hall. For one reason and one reason alone. This note makes it sad. We know who that is. Oh my gosh, we know who that is now. Let's see here. Outer rooms. Root cellar. I need this picture. Lady Clara Epson was Mary Epson's mother. So, June 15th, 1983. This is her wing. Okay, so she died in 83. Probably in June, not the 15th maybe, but in June. Okay. So that is our grandmother. Good to know. Okay. Wheat and rain. It could be rain, it could be cloud, it could be weather. Wheat and weather? No. Grain and rain? Ooh, that's very good. I like that one. That makes the most sense. Grain and rain, which would make this a G. This is where we are. It's correct too. Good work. Broccoli's killing it, man. He's so good at this. Okay, let's find out what this one is. So passageway can't even spend, but it would be a terrible place to put it. The boudoir would also end up a dead end, but the lavatory, we could put the lavatory here and it would be fine. Boudoir? You want the boudoir for that space? Because the lavatory, I believe, also comes with sketches. Either has sketches and those are the sketches you need. Okay. I'm gonna put the lavatory here. Just because I don't want a dead end with the boudoir, and I don't have the freaking safe code for it anyway. It does, but notice how it left turns into a bedroom. The exit is pointing down, not up. So it would dead end even though it has 2 exits. Much like this dark room has a boarded up entrance here because this bedroom does not have an exit there. So we have the shoreline, the coast, and the tag or 10. This could be coast, this could be sea, this could be... cliff, could be... I think landscape is a little too long. They seem to be shorter words. Coast and cost? That is a price tag. Good job, Bramble. You got that. Coast and cost. Excellent. Excellent work, everyone. Please, everyone who's been participating in the sketch puzzle, pat yourselves on the head, give yourself a gold star in your brain. Know that I have hugged you immensely because you've been so amazing. Everybody, and Trav, thank you for making sure that we don't just sit here and endlessly try to go through words. I appreciate you for that alone. Well, I can't turn the water on. Nothing I can do here. This is his personal bathroom. It's got the monogrammed everything. Can't get into the cabinet. Can I wash my hands? Nope. But this is where he was taking the selfie with that camera from. In this mirror. Can I open the toilet? Can I flush the toilet? Nope. I think that whatever I'm supposed to do with this room happens in a different room. Not gonna lie. But this is the lavatory. It's a very nice lavatory, don't get me wrong. But this is it. That's all there is. I won't tell you, but I'm happy to confirm. I do the confirmations are massive. Like, we could be at it all day otherwise. Absolutely all day. So I do appreciate that. All right. Onwards and upwards. We are now getting into rank 7 again from this side. This is a good place for the drawing room if I had the freaking gems. But we could put the boudoir here or the workshop. Either would work. I would much prefer the boudoir here to kind of go over. Maybe attempt to connect over to the dining room. That could be good. The workshop is nice. Don't get me wrong. I just don't have enough inventory to create good items right now. So I think I'm going to do boudoir at this point, which will keep my step count high. Oh, should I stop? Is it a spoiler? It's absolutely not a spoiler. Please do not stop, Trev. I am depending on you. I would love to have the drawing room here, but no. Absolutely not going to happen. Yay, more steps. Okay. I can't do anything with the gramophone. I have looked. Or the shoes. Or the other shoes. But we do have this. So I don't know if you've been here for the fun spoiler bramble, but if you are playing this game on Christmas Day, or alternatively, if you set your computer to that date, you can get this room decorated like this. So the Christmas decorations will be here if it's on Christmas, which I think is a fun little Easter egg. Trav told us about this. I have not seen it for myself, but there's a reason why this picture is in here. I have checked it with the magnifying glass. There's nothing in this picture that I can see that gives me the code for the frickin' safe, but it does tell you that there is a safe in this room. So, yeah. So I have never seen it for myself, but if you get the game and you want to find the boudoir on Christmas Day, feel free, and then you can see it all pretty decorated for Christmas. The sketches for this room are spine and pine, with a pretty fan in the middle. Very cool. That's a spine, that's a pine. Spine and pine. That's the tiny paper safe. This is not the only room that has the Cinco company safe in it of that design, but it is indeed a tiny paper safe. Yes. We have the ballerina in here. She's so pretty. This room does have windows today, which is cool. But here is in fact the safe. I do not have the safe code. I've looked. I do not have it. So, the safe was installed. And it looks exactly like that, only it's been installed in the wall. So, that is the reason why this wall over here is so thick. It's a thick wall for a thick safe. 3 C's thick here for this safe. I'm not seeing any extra items or anything in here, but we did get the bonus steps, so yay. Onward. Why do I think that you're supposed to use the wind-up key for the ballerina? That it doesn't have a wind-up key thing on it. It's not a jewelry box. It's like a hat box. It's got buckles. Otherwise, I would attempt to use the wind-up key on the ballerina, but it is not that kind of ballerina, unfortunately. Would be cool, Broccoli, but you would get soft locked out of whatever the ballerina had if you didn't take the 2 key upgrade. So it couldn't be an important thing. Yeah. Sorry. Never had the freezer before, but that would be a dead end. The wine cellar I've had before, but also would be a dead end, and I can't afford the drawing room, which would be really great right here. So we have to redraw the floor plans or hope that we can connect through from the dining room. The wine cellar has gems, but Is this like... I could redraw and maybe get gems elsewhere. We could just go back with the gems. It's true. It's true. It does mean I have to go all the way around to the dining room and then hope that I can fill out the rest of these spaces. I've never had the freezer, but this would not be a good idea right here. Money and gem amounts will not reset at the end of the day, and they cannot be adjusted or used until tomorrow. It's a really bad idea. There is a point in this game where the freezer would be freaking amazing. Today is not that day. It's a risk with just one doorway, but 3 gems will help. It's true. It's true. But I have 2 rerolls. I could try to find something that would be better for me in this position. Well, that did not help. Archives it is. This screws me, but archives it is. Okay. So the sketches for the archives room is the tie. Is one of them. And the clock. And no, I cannot get them together. Well, kind of. The tie and the clock. Tie and time? Tie and time. You're welcome. Ooh, extra key. Beautiful. We've been through this. This is sad. That's our mom. That's our mom. This is Manning. Caleb Manning, who does that one book. And White. What is it? Caleb Manning and who is Philip White. Caleb Manning and Philip White. This is our mom. This is the picture, I believe, that is in the family tree in the root cellar. Yeah, that's the picture. And here's the gem heist. We do not know how that is connected to our mom. Yet. So. That door is definitely open. This door might be locked. It is not. The pool is not terrible here. The billiards room is also not terrible here. We cannot afford the pool, so I guess it's the billiards room. I believe the billiards room will give us keys. Do you... So where the billiards room would be, you need that sketch? I'm just gonna go with the only option I have here. Okay. First things first, look for items. No items. That's what they often show up there. No items on the table. Nope, those are always there. No items. Nope. And no items. Okay, so sketches are paint and pint. That one was pretty easy. Paint and pint. Nice. All right, let's... So here is the puzzle, and I will explain it as I go again. It does have to do with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, but nothing else, so... It is this inner ring with the blue checkers is currently the addition track. It is currently pointed at 18. 18 is the number we are starting with. Okay? If I click this, it will give me a thing. So we click the 18 as the answer for 18 plus 0 is 18. This is a pointing to the 10, which is our starting point, but this thin ring is subtraction, and the next big ring with the pink is multiplication. So 10 times 2 is 20. You click the answer. 0 plus 18. Yeah, 0 plus 18 is 18. You click 18. 10 times 2 is 20. We're again starting with 10. We add 10. Then, because the next ring up that has a color highlighted, we multiply 10 times 3, which is 30. And then this thin ring with the purple, divide by 6. So 10 times 3 is 30. 30 divided by 6 is 5? Yeah. 6 times 5 is 30, so 5 would be the answer. You click that, and it goes on to the next one. Now we have one where 0 plus 14 is 14. Minus 2 is 12. Times 2 is 24. Divided by 8 is 4. 3, 8 times... You're right. 8 times 3. No, 24. Well, if it's wrong, I have to start from the beginning. You are not wrong. I apparently don't know my times table as well as I thought. I got a key. Yay. I got the silver key. Unlocking a door with the silver key leads to a room with many doors. Ooh. Okay. So, as far as special keys have gone, we have had the silver key, the secret garden key, the basement key once that you've never seen. The car keys. We know that the master key exists. That's 5. Interesting. Really, really good. In fact, I'm probably going to use it right here. Any objections? Because this is where I'm at, and this is where a 4-way would be, which would be very useful right now. I feel like this is the way. Giveth unto me. Can't afford the passageway. Hate the weight room. This will be a 4-way. It's not the weight room. But if I take the weight room now, I still have 33 steps. And I could get to the dining room again and eat. Trivia, it gives you rooms with 3 or 4 doors, but if there are none left, it will give you rooms with 2 doors, but it will include the locker room amongst that first batch, because while it only has 2 exits, it has a lot of locker doors. 33 is plenty. Not that I can open that south door, but then we can at least see what happens when you get to the antechamber with a closed door. That will be interesting. Yeah, see, you can't get that way because it's super interesting, actually. All right. That's open. That's open. Oh my god, that's the best thing. Okay, so we have these 2 sketches. House and hose. That's a pretty obvious one. Passageway has a 2 gem cost. So I cannot buy it. Do I see? I believe the red rooms very rarely have anything extra in them, so probably nothing here to pick up. Doesn't look like it. But outside of the fact that this is closed, we can get to both sides, which is awesome. So I'm gonna try to head my way to the dining room. We shall try. I think he needs mostly these 2. If I'm correct. A9 and B9, I think, is the only ones that he doesn't have anymore. Actually, I'm not entirely certain that he would have these 2 either. I need top row A and D. Okay. I am gonna head towards the dining room. I'm playing long today, you guys, so... This is a dead end. I don't know what this will be. Could be a dead end. Can't afford this. Do I gamble on the archive floor plan? Yes? So furthest west wing, closer east. Wish me luck. We got the furnace, which is also a dead end. I can no longer get to these 2 squares. The study has a very nice benefit that applies to the rest of the run. Spend gems for rerolls. Hardly relevant now, but it's a cornerstone of advanced exploring. Yep. Finally managed to get the furnace. But when I go all the way around to the dining room, I will have good food. You suck, furnace. Okay. Well, I've never been here before, so there's some things that I need to write down. The furnace does indeed have steam ducts. It has at least one dig spot. Okay. I did not get the shovel at all. This is annoying. Trash can. Gamers look up on occasion. Nothing in the furnace that I can do. Nothing that's highlighting, because I can't dig that up. Is there a red room we did not get? Maid room. Oh, right. It may have been in the commissary. May have been. I don't know. I don't necessarily always consistently grab it. Well, that's annoying. Open sesame. There's the boiler room. That does me no good. Passageway, which would have been great for right there, but can't afford it. Oh, it's you. I know which rooms are what for today. Where is it? For today, this is a room. This is a dead end. This links back to... This goes up. This is a room. This goes down. I could unlock just the ways forward. I don't have keys for that, anything more. We only need 2 keys for this place. I mean, we don't know which room the lever is actually in. I'd try to get a hold of sketches in A9. Okay. So we want this door as the way forward. Why is it like this? How very strange. It's hot here. Heat shimmer. I know. That's very interesting. The furnace isn't even that close. So I'm not entirely certain why we are getting this effect here. Conference room, anyone? Or the archived? No, conference room has sketches. We'll go with what works. The sure bet. This talks about spread, and if you have a conference room, spread items end up here. I don't have... This safe code is on red. It is not in handwriting, which means this safe code, whatever safe it is for, is a lie. Reminder, after meeting adjourns, take all conference notes and place them in the office safe. This may or may not be the code for the office safe. Sketches are plane and lamp. This is where we are. This is what we have. What are other words for lamp? It's not a plane today. Yeah. Lamp. I mean, this could be sky. This could be fly. Fly and flame does not make sense. Flight and light does. Yes, 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 yes. Flight and light make absolute sense. Whew, good job, Bramble. Thank you for the hint, Trav. Very, very handy hint. So this side is also not open, as you can see. We'll see if we can get into this corner. Yep, last key. The mailroom is our only way. And if we take the mailroom, that's it. We cannot get to here because I don't have another key. But at the very least, I will get a package next time. Order placed. Thank you. I think I did much better today. Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Ravane, not the name we need, to sender, as he's no longer employed with our staff. This is for the utility fuse box puzzle, but this is only half the puzzle. We have Chief. We have two, Chief and Chef. These are the sketches here. Chief and Chef, I think. Thank you. It had all to do with the hats. The hats. That's a chef's hat. That's an Indian chief's hat. The hats. We have seen this letter, which has even more different postage stamp from our dad. We live in Fen Aries. Mount Holly Estate is also in Fen Aries. Different area codes, though. Pretty sure I've gotten the pictures of all of these. I will double check, though. Mailroom, mailroom, mailroom. There you are, 39. Nope, I didn't take any pictures. I'm a dumbass. You dumbass. You can tell it actually went through the mail because of this stuff. But we get a very sweet letter from our dad that I have read before. I just didn't take pictures of it because I'm a dumbass. But our dad is very sweet. Mr. Jones is very sweet about everything. I don't know his name, so his full name anyway. The Dirigibox cabinet doesn't even work. We can't even play it. All right. Royal Mail. We have learned that we are related to Sinkako. Our family, at least the Sinclairs, I believe, own it. The Epsons may be also related to the business. Not entirely certain. But here we are. Okay. Nothing in here. I can't. Okay. What can I do? What can I do? I don't have a key to open this area. And go back down and around towards the dining room if I want to. That's really about it. Sinclair, Cinco? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That does indeed make sense. Yes, it does have a different stamp. Mm-hmm. All right, we will try our best to get back to the dining room. But I can't open this door because it's locked. Not entirely certain I will make it back to the dining room, but we will try. Okay, I need to go through the boudoir down to the dark room. Okay. Up through the bedroom. Yeah, take your tithe. To the pantry. Hi, buddy. But we do get plus 30. Yummy, dinner is served. You remember that you can trade? Maybe you can get gems, keys, shovel. Good point. We have the steps for it soon. Yeah, I do have steps now. Let me see if I can open this door by the dining room, and then I will attempt to trade. See if that gets us anywhere. I have one option. It's probably going to be a dead end, which is fine. It was going to be a dead end no matter what I did. The workshop. Okay. Eh, it's fine. So, L. Flan and fan. The letter would be L. The broken lever. We have this one. We know about the true box does not always contain the prize. Whatever that means. Ah, perfect for the greenhouse. That we don't have anywhere. But I could put it in the coat check. It needs more pluses? I don't have anything. It means that the parlor box... It means that the parlor box that has a truth on it doesn't necessarily contain the gems. You still have to solve the puzzle. Yeah, no, I know that. Sometimes there's 2 truths and a lie, and sometimes there's 2 lies and a truth. There's guaranteed 1 lie, guaranteed 1 truth, and guaranteed 1 box with the gems, which may or may not be a lie, may or may not be the truth. So... Well, I don't have 3 items for this. Do I want to put the broken lever... Yeah. Do I want to put the broken lever in coat check, though? I do that. Instead of that key. I obviously cannot do anything with the car keys. Alright, last time, buddy. Last time. I have no other reason to go up this way. Be good. Let's see. Pantry, foundation, down. To the den and around. Okay. Drafting studio. Okay. Car keys for a salt shaker. Battery pack for 2 gems. Broken lever for the magnifying glass. Battery pack for 2 gems. Since I can't do anything with the battery pack as it is, Car keys for the salt shaker. Then see what the salt shaker can trade for? Ooh. Salt shaker for magnifying glass. Trade for magnifying glass. Can't trade the magnifying glass. Nah, here we go. Magnifying glass for salt. Okay, just trades back. No trade. No shovel. What I would not have, what I could give for a shovel. Do I put, I believe I can get back to coat check. Do I put the broken lever in coat check and replace the key? May as well trade out the battery now. Okay. Battery pack for gems? Sure. Broken lever for gems. No. Because the only thing I need is this area here. I don't think I have enough steps with 24. Well, I could get to coat check and back again with the vault key. And see what the vault key trades for. But at this point, the run is basically done. Oh, well, you can closely examine something. Yeah. I can. So, hallway, den, library, drafting, studio, foundation, pantry, security, goat check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 18. I mean, I'd be out of steps at that point. I wonder if they will call out an abundance of red rooms. They might do. We have almost every one of them. It's true. There's not really much more I can do except go to coat check and switch out what is in coat check. And I don't care that much. The broken lever is only super important if you can get the greenhouse, because then you can open up this southern antechamber door. That's about it. I'm not worried about that. I feel like having a vault key that I've never seen before in coat check still is a cool thing in case we find the vault. Yeah, I think we're done. The only thing I really want to magnify is wherever the black memo is that has the... I don't... Is there something I need to go magnify off the top of your head that you can think of? There's a couple of things that I can think of. Well, we've seen the message in the dark room. I think the mailroom has something that I haven't seen with the magnifying glass, but I know is there. Do I have enough steps to get there? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yes, just barely. Because there's a note on the desk near the Syncoco box, and nearly obscured note at the bottom said, "Did he blank that? It blank mail." And I would like to know. I've assembled all the stuff in Twitch related talk. There's a few sketches I haven't figured out, so if anyone tells me the answers, I'll update the notes there. Do you want to see the message I figured out so far? Not at this time, but thank you very much. That's a lot of information. Thank you so much. Not everyone in my chat right now has access to my personal Discord, though, so I am gonna go to the mailroom and get... I'm going to go to the mailroom. Okay. Let's see. I need to go here. 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 Go to the library. Here. Right. Bedroom. Yes, tithe me again, you asshole. Here. Uppies. Right. Boudoir. So we can get in here, but this is locked. But if we go around, we can get here, and then here, and... Did they ever prove he was the one that stole the Baron's mail? I think the answer is no. Updated C6, updated E3, and I think you mean A8. We had C6 as plain planet, plain E3 as peak P. Those are the ones that people have guessed. Yeah, I did. And that one really is tough. I'm more than willing to help there if people are stumped. Well, I haven't had, like, unless I put the Discord on screen, which I don't want to do, you guys. Not everybody on stream, in stream chat, has access to that Discord. Yeah, and that one really is tough. More than willing to help. Okay. So that is something. Is there anything more here? I don't think so. Doesn't look like there's anything more hidden in this. Is there anything hidden in Dad's letter? Grand realm of Fen Ares. In fog we are lost, in fire we are found. I have not been looking at the stamps. I have not been looking at the stamps. $67.89 could be a number I could try on various things. Not seeing anything that's... Okay. I can't get to any of the other letters now, so I will think about it. But I never could figure out what all of this said from here, so that was good. I think, I'm not sure if anyone got E9, I don't think so. That's the paintbrush on the planet thing in the box again. The crate with the Mount Holly symbol on the side. Anyway, you guys, but that list of them is very good. In fact, you could probably make an educated guess about what the missing letters are. I will have to put some thought into it. I think this is where we end. I don't think there's anything else I can do here and without running out of steps. So, see if there's anything hidden here. No. Seems to be fine. What about this one? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Yeah, I have like 2 steps left, so kind of screwed. And as soon as I walk into here, too sleepy. Good night. You've used all your steps and must now call it a day. You have pushed yourself to the very edge of exhaustion and must now return to your campsite to get some rest. You can continue your search tomorrow, however, the house might be a little bit different. This was a very good day. The Temporal Hotel of the Dead. Whoa. 4 tomorrow rooms, 8 bedrooms, 13 dead end rooms. That is what today's map is for. Well done, everyone. Well done. That's a heck of a title. That is a title. Probably my most insane one yet. A total of 42 rooms, rank 9 reached, steps taken 161, 7 items found, 6 new rooms. I think it's dynamic. See 3 different things highlighted. Yep. Because of the tomorrow rooms, the bedrooms, and the dead end rooms. Tomorrow room is any room with a little clock effect. So the mail room has one. Where's another one? The hallways both have one, and the coat check has one. So what happens is something that they affect has a benefit for tomorrow. The library room does have a tomorrow effect, but it is not considered to be a tomorrow room. Yeah. So the hallways, because I have upgraded them with the upgrade discs, if I draft a hallway like I did here, I will have an extra copy of that room for tomorrow. I drafted 2 copies, which means that tomorrow I will have 3 copies of this hallway. For the coat check, whatever I have checked into the coat check will still be there tomorrow, and I can get it out of coat check. So that is a way to carry one item forward into the next day, so long as you roll up the coat check again. So I have an item in there. That is a tomorrow effect. The mail room, the day, if you have no mail waiting for you, the day you draft it, you will have an order sent. For the next time you get to that room, the order will arrive. That is a tomorrow effect. And the library technically has a tomorrow effect in that you request a book on a day, and then the book arrives the next day. But the library's official effect is not the tomorrow effect. So it is not considered to be a tomorrow room, even though it has one. It's not the focus of the library. It's a secondary, since once you've read all the books, you probably won't use that again, but you'll still use the room. This is entirely true. So yeah, that is what the tomorrow rooms are about. And then I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the bunk room is considered to be 2, so 8 bedrooms. Out of the possibility of 9 bedrooms that I could get, one of which is an outer room. And then 13 dead-end rooms. I tried to put in more dead-end rooms than usual today. And I got 13 of them, so that's a pretty good day. In any case, you guys, this is where we must end. So thank you so much for joining me for yet another run of Blueprints. It has been an absolute joy to have you here. Thank you so much for everyone who has participated in helping me get through the sketch puzzle now that we know what the frick is going on. I really appreciate it. My name is Mayrin Altheatover. I do stream Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern US time, and if that is not your time zone, feel free to give me a follow and put on notifications. You can do so here or over on Blue Sky, whichever floats your goat, because boats already float. I do have a YouTube channel for anyone who would like to watch the VODs and catch up with what has happened in Blueprints, just to see what we've seen, to try and figure out the sketch puzzle on their own if they would like to. The VODs are there for you over YouTube, and if you subscribe and ring the bell, you'll know when the next VOD goes live, which will be after this stream concludes. And if you're already on YouTube, awesome, fantastic. I hope you're enjoying the playlists. I do attempt to raid a friend or make a friend at the end of every stream, so feel free, for those of you who are still here, copy pasta the raid message to carry our love on to the next person. If you are on YouTube, feel free to raid the next video, whether it be one of mine or somebody else's. I'm happy to share. Ooh, I've got options today. We're gonna head over to Tanya Von Onette's channel. She is playing Elite Dangerous, which could be a fun time. Tanya's very wonderful, and on the occasions I get to raid her, I absolutely do. So I hope that you guys have a fantastic, magical rest of your time, whatever time zone you are in, and that I get to see you in my next live stream or in my next video, whichever applies to you. But until then, take care, and we raid in 3, 2, 1. Bye, guys.